Lunchtime is over in Sepang, and we are back on this storied circuit for the afternoon sessions. We have 6 sessions coming away this afternoon, beginning with the ASB 1000s. This is their second free practice session. It's a 40-minute session. The weather, which is one of the most important factors here, which was just kind of drying up in their practice session this morning, has remained pretty much stable, so we're in for a dry practice session for the ASB 1000s. I can say with confidence this afternoon. They have one more session coming up right at the end of the afternoon at around 5:10. And looking there at the Honda Asia Dream Racing CBR 1000 of the number 21, Zakwan Zaidi. He had a good outing this morning. He was third fastest. Best time with 2:07.433. So really, to put it in context of the conditions that we had this morning, they were drying out during the first session for ASB 1000. 2:07s was a very decent, to get in the 2:07s was pretty good work this morning, I thought, Daniel.
Yeah, the conditions weren't really ideal, but we saw some really great lap times coming through. So now we have a properly dry session, and it's not as hot as it usually is, thanks to some threatening looking clouds over Sepang, but we should have some really good lap times coming through. I think definitely we'll see Hafiz clocking some really good laps. He didn't do much, he didn't do many laps in practice 1. There should be a good session coming in from Hafiz.
Yeah, he was 4th quickest overall this morning. And still obviously trying a few things out. And in conditions that still required a little bit of care. But I'm sure it's often the case that we see the fastest times of the day in free practice in the second session. And I think that's virtually certain that's what we'll see today. Because, like you said, the cooler air temperatures, barely, I guess, around 30 degrees or something. And the track temperatures, good working temperature. What would you take a guess at, Daniel?
I think it's anywhere between 50 to 55 degrees. It's not exactly 60 degrees that we've seen on some occasions, but still
gives notice that we can expect some quick lap time. First flying lap about to be completed by STG Hawk Pro Yuki Kuni. It's 2:09.4. So again, good account opening for this second session of the day. I've been looking forward to this session since we saw Kazma Daniel really look like he's returning to form in the previous session. Clocked the best time of 2:07.936 to head the session.
look at this coming through from Nakarin. That's a really good lap coming in from Nakarin at Tirapur, but Nakarin, of course, one of the few riders who has had extra lap times around the Sepang International Circuit this year, participating in the Malaysian Superbike Championship. He found a lot of success there as well, a race victory. And now he's bringing that extra knowledge and data.
Oh yeah, fastest Sector 3 as well. So yeah, following up nicely, and he just looks happy, doesn't he?
Oh, and now Kazma coming in even faster in Sector 1. That Sector 1 is where the Yamaha should struggle a little bit more, but Kazma putting in a really hot sector. Oh, this is...
And that's the A-Racer Speed Tech machine down Chang Chi-Ying. Unfortunate early tumble for him.
Yeah, that's a turn 4. That's it's going to be quite a fast place to crash.
But yeah, Daniel, going back to your point, Nakarin fastest time. Slow Sector 2 for Kazma though. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, it's a fast lost front end there for Chang Chi-Ying. He scuffed up leathers on his right side. So yellow flags at turn 4. Nakarin 208.017. Hafiz backed off his second flying lap, and Soichiro again.
We saw this before. He looked really uncomfortable under braking then. His left foot came off the peg.
This is just a new riding style from Soichiro. He's let that left leg dangle a bit loosely. Yuki Kuni though, a 208.0 from him. So now between Nakarin and Yuki Kuni, it's 300ths of a second.
Yeah, that's the second fastest time of the day that Nakarin's done. Fastest belonging to Kazma from this morning.
Oh, Ibrahim Nordin as well, putting in some good work at 208.6. And talking to Ibrahim earlier, he seemed a bit not so confident that he would get into the faster times like these, because the 208.6 is still pretty competitive and only 6/10 under Nakarin. So really good work from Ibrahim and FGRT. They've also got a new data technician in with them this weekend, so that seems to be working very well.
Good. Well, it's always great to see Ibrahim make another appearance. He always seems to make things happen. And we got to ask Soichiro about this, Daniel.
Yeah, this is just, it's bizarre.
It's the kind of way riding style. Yeah, but he was really quick this morning despite the riding style.
Yeah, it's amazing that he's still able to put in decent lap times.
Yeah, he is on a quick one now, yeah.
So he follows Soichiro now. They should bring him around at least a 208. Ibrahim Nordin a 207.951.
Oh, yes.
That is fantastic from Ibrahim, and he's now the fastest in this session and the fastest Ducati.
Brilliant. That's really good. So the bike is again Soichiro Minamoto, feet off the pegs, legs waving around, moves into fourth with a 208.143. There's Ibrahim Nordin, currently the session leader. This is really good to see.
This is unbelievable. On a bike that's literally showroom spec, he's able to put in a 207.9. That's really, really impressive from Ibrahim.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed, you know, he's pleased with on his Instagram, good pace, 210s, this kind of thing, but and I thought, well, obviously that's like stock spec, but now into the 207s together with Kazma. Oh, they're on identical times. 207.951,
wow,
Kazma and Ibrahim.
This is really good to see.
Sparring partners.
Two completely different bikes, different characteristics, and both of them equal lap times. Ibrahim, he's just looking so good on the Ducati. It looks like it suits him so well. You can see the movements of the bike, the flex of it and everything. He's just in control of it, and I think that's just how he likes to ride it. I remember, if I recall, on the R6, he enjoyed so much time on the bike because it just suited his aggressive nature. And oof, I don't know if that was intended, but it looked like he ran in hot and then just went back to pit lane. But
yeah, this was in my plan all the time.
Yeah. He played it off well. But now Kazma even faster sector 1 and sector 2. Kazma Daniel looking for an even faster 207. He's done a 206 before in his rookie season. So he'll be looking for that form once again. Of course, the bike will be slightly different compared to that time. Oh, he's running hot there.
Yeah. So you can see they're really pushing, aren't they? Kazma gonna have to abort this lap.
It's the first time we're seeing Kazma in this weekend with hard option front, medium rear, I think. I think in the last time we saw him in practice 1 was medium front, soft rear.
Okay. Memory is superior to mine, but here he comes. He looks as though he's just going to continue, get his head back down again. Here's the championship leader, number 23, 400 Dream Asia with Astimo. Andy Farid is Dihar currently 6th, but on a good lap this time around. He did the best sector 1 of the session so far. Good sector 2.
I like to see Andy's riding style when he's out alone. It looks very calm, looks very relaxed. It doesn't even look like he's on necessarily a push lap, but it's just very calculated in the way that he takes his lines and everything. Very composed is Andy Farid.
Yeah, you can almost sense the way that he's breathing, can't you?
It's just very,
like
very well paced.
Exhale as you like tip it over, and
I've never seen him look flustered. He always looks calm. Just has his own rhythm that he uses, and it's really working well for him. After all, he is a championship leader, but right now in this session, this might take him to the top, and it does. A 207.818 for Andy Farid. So it's currently Honda, Ducati, Yamaha, followed by Honda, and Yamaha.
yeah, top speed stakes. Hafiz just slightly faster than the CBR 1000 RRR of Andy Farid. There's the Honda of Nakarin and Tirapuvapat. Was top, now pushed back to 4th. And he's got Yamaha, Ducati, Honda, Yamaha and Ducati ahead of him. So it is really good to see some variety here at the top.
Yeah, Nakarin looking aggressive as always there. He hasn't really found any improvements. It seems similar to the 600 session earlier, where everyone set in their fast laps early and then it just sort of plateaued for most of the session. And we'll get some adjustments and then we'll see some faster laps coming through.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more from the rider who will be jumping on that bike. You can see there the number 25 of Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, the 2019 inaugural ASB 1000 champion. And it does look like this is going to be his last season at the top level. There is Sama Murray, currently with the best time of 2:12.4. So we've got Ibrahim in the pits. Ikuni on a decent lap. Yuki 3rd quickest this morning, behind Kazma and Zakwan. As they were this morning, the two BMWs of Aslan and Sho Nishimura together in the timing screens. The order was reversed at the end of the session this morning. Showed just quicker than Aslan.
Yeah, Kaspar now not lapping any faster than he did previously. No improvements in any of the sectors. He's done about 4 laps so far. This will be lap number 5 that he comes across with, 208.7. Zakwan Zaidi, he's having a bit of a struggle this session. All the way down in 10th.
He's completed 3 laps. Whereas he looked quick this morning, he's looking a little bit out of sorts this time.
Kasma is not too happy with something there. So I think Kasma will be heading back into pit lane after he completes this lap. But nevertheless, it's been a decent session for Kasma Daniel, the fastest Yamaha in this session. 2:07.951, much better than in the previous rounds.
Oh yeah, this is much more like 22 vintage Kasma.
Indeed, it's Kasma just coming back to his brilliant best. I think he's finally getting that confidence in himself again, that belief that he can take it to the top. I'm certain that him struggling to get results in the past couple of seasons will have affected his confidence, just knowing that he's one of the top. So now that he's slowly finding his form again, it should reignite that spark inside of him.
Yeah, sometimes you know that there's something just off, you know, in your head, and it probably is in this case to a significant extent, and you just can't quite fix it. It's really frustrating. There is Zakwan, currently on a best time of 2:09.8. Best time this morning was 2:08, more or less dead.
Yeah, it's a strange one from Zakwan. Just not putting in the lap times that he needs to put in. It's not at all the lap times that we expect from him.
That's the pace, really. He's almost 2 seconds slower than he was earlier this morning, and you know, it's pretty in different conditions. In terms of how this session's panning out, Daniel, what you said is, unfortunately, is panning out. That they put in some really fast early laps, and then it's just kind of tailed off.
The only one finding an improvement now is Yuki Kuni. Fastest sector 2 from Yuki. I think Aslan's come out as well. We just didn't see the shot of him coming up, but he's just gone around sector 2. He's found some improvement for himself. 20 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time for them to put in laps and make adjustments. I think I just heard the sound of one of the Yamahas or Ducatis coming out.
Looks like another not too special lap for Zakwan.
Hasan Shah finding fastest sector 3 now. Coming across there was Yuki Kuni at 2:08.1, so consistent low 2:08s for Yuki, but nothing improving. That time around, Zakwan comes across with a 2:10.1. Here's Aslan now, who's on a decent lap. Should bring him closer to Hafiz, but he won't take 7th place. 2:08.811, so Aslan, now the gap between himself and Hafiz shot in just under a second.
Yeah, that's the best we've seen of him so far. 2:11 this morning.
Yeah, it's surprising. Last time out with the BMW, somewhat for all the other rounds, we saw them. They've had their struggles with getting some financial backing as a team, but they were still able to contest when they found the right setup and when they got into the groove. But this time round, this is on home soil where we expect them to be at the very top, and it's just not coming together there for Aslan. But he's finding improvements now once again in sector 1. So let's hope it's another good lap for Aslan Shah.
Yeah, Yuki Kuni's body language say that he's pushing.
Yeah, just not reflecting in his lap times yet through the sectors.
Yeah, Aslan did another good sector 1, but sector 2 is pretty indifferent.
Yeah, Brahim Nordin now starting his flying lap. He's come back out. Yuki Kuni now, we follow him as he comes across the line, 208.2. So pace-wise, Yuki's consistent in the lower 208s.
Yeah, we've seen this before with him. This sort of lapping within 1 or 2 tenths. Consistent point-to-point kind of riding.
Yeah, Yuki just looked a little bit disappointed in himself right at the end of the front straight. Well, we have some riders coming out, so that's Ibrahim, so we'll look out for him. He makes his way around each sector. It's a decent first sector, but not an improvement or equaling his fastest. Is Sho Nishimura. Exciting rider that we saw come into his best form in Motegi. So we'll never forget him sliding down the downhill portion of Motegi at what looks nearly 45-degree angles.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of the, we were talking about sights that stick in your memory. I mean, that for me is definitely one that's gonna remain there. So bold.
And here's Hafiz shouted now. With the brand new team for this season, JDT Racing Team, Hafiz making his way back into the Asia Road Racing Championship. This time round, it's on home soil for the penultimate round. What Hafiz needs is 2 dominant races here in Sepang. And he'll take it down to Buriram with a decent chunk of points, well, depending on where Andy Farid ends up, but a double victory would give him just a slight lead over Andy, and just a little bit more comfort going into Buriram.
Yeah, exactly. He's a 6-point deficit to Andy. It's Kosuke Sakamoto that we can see going through there on the Honda. Had a crash in FP1. Didn't look too serious, but good to see him back. Best time 2:11.55. Replacing Pasawit Titiwararak, the Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda outfit.
Yeah, Kosuke, an exciting talent, but Zuhai just unlucky. He had a double crash, if I remember correctly. Just didn't come together for him. The talent is very apparent. Right now, looking at the sector times, Hafiz Shadin, he's on an improving lap. A faster sector 2 and a faster sector 3. How will sector 4 look like for Hafiz Shadin? Comes across the line now, and let's see where that brings Hafiz. No, not at all. It's not an improvement. 208.5 for Hafiz.
Yeah, and yet that was a fast sector 4. So he remains in 7th with the other Ducati here, Ibrahim Noureddin's Ducati.
Yeah, Ibrahim has been out. He's been out now for quite a number of laps. Just hasn't found any further improvements. Got just under 15 minutes left in this Practice 2 for the ASB 1000s. Okay, Ibrahim is just in control of the Ducati, even sliding down under the brakes.
The unmistakable roar of the V4 Panigale going across the finishing line there. Still showing that he's in the pits. There he is. You can see pretty close to the limit there. Getting a little bit out of shape mid-corner. Looking pretty comfortable riding that Ducati loose.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about the Ducati is it seems like it favors the more aggressive rider, just having the bike move about a lot, and Ibrahim seems comfortable riding it that way. Doesn't seem at all fazed by the fact that the rear tire just wants to slide and fishtail going in.
Yeah, one of the things I really enjoyed about watching Ibrahim when he was in 600s was how he gets stronger and stronger during the race. And you could almost predict that whoever was at the front was going to have to deal with him as we got into the later stages. Right, you've got to get that part right. So this won't be a quick lap for him. He's one of 3 riders, Andy Farid and Kazma Daniel, who are in the other 2 who are in the 207s. His time identical to that of Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, it's a quiet session in terms of any improvements since the first few minutes. We saw some hot laps coming through and some potentially decent laps after that, but all of them had either bad sector 4 or sector 1.
Yeah, the opening minutes were really exciting. Oh yeah, here we go. And then, as you put it, we had a bit of a plateau. And here comes Ibrahim on the FGRT project Ducati.
And here we have Toyo Joe, one of the gentleman riders in this class from Malaysia. A regular in the Malaysia Superbike Championship Series.
Yeah, he's here. He wanted to get the experience of riding against some of the best riders. I wouldn't say in the region, but some of the best riders around, really.
Yeah, a lot of them have tested their talents against some of the top talents in the world. They've proved it, and they proved how much quality they have.
Yeah, looking at that mint green BMW, we are missing a BMW with a not totally dissimilar colour scheme, that of Lachlan Ebis, who's recovering from a broken collarbone. So we're missing him, but he's had the operation, it's been screwed up back together, so for sure we've got 6 weeks till the final round or something, long time to go to the final round. We should be okay for that. It's longer than that, isn't it?
Yeah, we got just over 2 months left.
Yeah.
So should be plenty of time for his clavicle to refuse and for him to be back fit and healthy.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're watching, follow the doctor's orders, come back soon.
Do not go dirt bike riding.
No. Yeah, we know what these Australians are like.
Now we follow Nakarin's timing as well as Andy. Nakarin, just expecting a little bit more from him. 207.9 is decent, but I'm expecting them to be lower into the 206, the high 206, the lower 207s.
Yeah, it feels like it should be doable in these conditions. But yeah, he had an explosive opening to the session. Let's see what else he's got. He loves back up against the wall. He's an aggressive rider. I mean, he's one of the most placid people you could ever meet off a bike. But he loves a fight. He loves to ride aggressively.
Yeah, the funny thing is you'll see riders like Nakarin really battle it out as if they were properly doing martial arts out there, and then the second the helmet comes off, it's all smiles and giggles and how was the race?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Chang Chi-Ying there, who we saw went off at turn 4, he's back out, so
Yep.
It'll be a good end to the session for him.
Good work by the A-Racer Speed Tech crew to get him back out. Here comes Nakarin. That was a leisurely lap. 2:12, and once again she's showing us in the pits.
Yeah, they haven't fixed that gremlin for us yet, but it's hard to tell when riders actually get into the pit now. We have to wait for visual cues to tell us that.
Yeah.
And there was Chung Chi-Ying who's just come across the commentary box, coming back into pit lane. I think there's some improvements through Sector 1 as Zakwan Zaidi putting in his fastest Sector 1. Decent Sector 2 as well.
Yep, further down the order, Osama Murray is improving. Staying there with Nakarin, like just feel something's going to happen when you're watching this rider. Something good, I mean. He's taking the bike pretty much to its limits by the look of it.
Kazuki Sakamoto has found some level of improvement. 210.040. He was stuck on 211s for quite a while. Right now, I think for riders like Kosuke, the best step forward that he can take is to just slowly just see what the other riders are doing. Maybe if the Honda's willing to share a bit of information and data between them, he can try and understand what riders like Yuki are doing better, or Nakarin. The thing that still boggles my mind for me is Zakwan's pace currently. 209.1 was the fastest he's done in this session, in a session where really we should be seeing faster lap times like Andy Farrell's lap time at 207.6.
Yeah, that's right, because for sure this will be the fastest session of the day. Here we are back after an exciting start we saw from Koichiro Minamoto with the added entertainment of the feet waving around off the pegs.
Trying to just keep watching its left leg, whether it's gonna start flaring up again. It's just weird because you would think after practice one they would have solved whatever issue that is, but either the mechanics have said deal with it and ride.
Yeah. Just zip tie his boot to the peg.
For Soichiro now, it's not an improving lap time from him. Pretty average Sector 1, Sector 2 by his standards. Kosuke finding improvements through Sector 1, but not through Sector 2.
We're within the last 5 minutes of this session, and I was talking about, say, Zakwan Zaidi being kind of marooned down in the 209s. No real progress for Hafiz Shirin either.
Yeah, surprising. Hafiz has come out now for another last run at it. I think, sorry, no. That's Azlan who has. So yeah, it's another quiet session from a lot of riders. Hafiz at 208.3, fastest in the session. Ibrahim Noureddin early on was the fastest and then relegated down into second by Andy Farid. I think I just saw a glimpse of Hafiz being somewhere behind shows. I think Hafiz is out now, yes. Sector 1 through from Hafiz, but no improvements there. Yuki Kuni is on a good one. Sector 2 from Yuki now, fastest. Sector 3 as well. This will be a lower 207 now coming from Yuki. Maybe 207.5 or 4.
So let's see if he holds it together. Here he comes out of the heat haze, coming down under braking to final turn 15.
It's his first flying lap as well from Yuki since his 6.5 minute break. Here comes Yuki Kuni now. This should take him to the top of the list. Comes across 207.2 from Yuki Kuni. There we go now.
That's it. Brilliant work.
That's not even with a good sector 4 from him. That's with not an ideal sector 4. So if Yuki can fix up his sector 1 and sector 2 at 206 is very well destined for Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, that point-to-point consistency that we noticed earlier in the session. He really put that together well, and there's still room for improvement, so that's encouraging.
Yeah, Yuki there again, sector 1, identical to his last lap, not faster.
Shimura coming across to complete another lap. No improvement for him. He's in the 209s. He's struggling under braking there for turn 1 as well. There, Yuki Kuni has given a wake-up call to everybody there. We were sitting there watching at 207.629 of Andy Farid at the top for a long time. Now there is the said championship leader. Can't see what that lap time was because the Gremlins have put him in the pit lane.
Oh, Yuki fastest sector 3 there coming in from Yuki Kuni. So it's a decent sector 1, a decent sector 2, but a really good sector 3 from Yuki Kuni. If he can find a fastest sector 4, he's destined a lower 207. Andy Farid now fastest sector 1. So with just over a minute left, suddenly everyone's starting to push on. Hafiz Sharin, a fastest sector 2, but not really a good sector 1 from him.
Yeah, so that's it. So there's been a bookended session, really, with lots of action at the very beginning, and now a lot of really good action in the closing minutes. There's just under a minute left before the checkered flag comes out.
Kosuke Sakamoto as well, finding some improvements in a decent sector 2. Andy Farid fast through sector 3. Yuki Kuni on that last lap did not manage to improve his lap time, and I wish you could see, 207.26. So again, one thing with Yuki is his consistency. Yeah. So 207.2, 207.2. Unbelievable. Another consistent rider there coming through was Andy Farid. Fastest sector 1 from him, fast sector 2 from Andy. That's his teammate Nakarin coming through there. And here's Andy Farid now. What's sector 3 looking? It's a fast sector 3 from Andy Farid. This should be the fastest lap through, unless Yuki's sector 3 in the previous one really helped him along.
Yuki's on another lap. This will be the last time around for Andy Farid.
And look at sector 2, the gap is over a second and a half, 0.1 of a second. And that's an improvement for Andy, but not good enough, and that just shows how good Yuki's sector 2 and sector 3 are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's, as far as the top of the order is concerned, that's it for this session.
Yuki there, fastest sector 3. 3/10 faster than Andy Farid's sector 3. So Yuki are really pushing on. This should be a 207.2 or 207.1 for Yuki. This is a fast one coming through.
Katzman's done, he's in the pits. Here's Yuki Kuni, number 92 for SDG Hark Pro.
Comes take a look,
there he goes.
Oh, 207.1 from Yuki Kuni.
It's an improvement last time around. Nicely done.
Unbelievable, the consistency of Yuki. 207.2, 207.2, 207.1. Yeah,
he's been on his winning ways in the All Japan Championship as well since last time. So again, just growing as a superbike rider.
Here comes Hafiz now. It's an improving lap coming in from him. Oh, Soichiro. unfortunate fall for Soichiro there. That looked like turn 4. Couldn't really tell, but here's Hafiz now. 208.1. Oof, a bit of a twitch there. Looked to be an improving lap for Hafiz, but maybe that twitch just disturbed his lap time slightly. He comes across 208.0. It does improve his lap time slightly, but only up to 6th.
But there's the marker, 207.108 for Yuki Kuni. That will likely be the fastest time recorded today because the conditions are unlikely to be quite as good for the final session of the day. Yep, hand up. Bravo, Yuki Kuni. We not only noticed your speed, we noticed your consistency. That bodes really well for this weekend. In the face of such strong local competition, strong performance from Andy Farid.
Yeah, Yuki just waving to all the marshals, even though it's not a race finish. Is just such a great sportsman, Yuki.
Yeah, he is. He just really enjoys himself, and he's so polite. He's such a gentleman. At the age of 20, and there he is at the top of the timing screen, Yuki Kuni, 207.108. Andy Farid was next best for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo, 207.5. Ibrahim Noureddin was 3rd. Great session from him, especially in the early stages on the FGRT Project Ducati. Kazma Daniel, another rider who started the session really hot. His final time was 207.951. Nakarin was next best, following the same pattern of explosive early form and then tailing off. Hafiz Shirin, 6th fastest with a 208.029. Soichiro Minamoto with that late off on the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia R1, 7th. 8th, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, number 25 for TKKR BMW Racing Team. 9th was his teammate Shona Shimura. His best time was 208.864. Zakwan Zaidi down in 10th for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Kosuke Sakamoto for Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. He was in 11th. 12th, Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team, and for Savitar ESG Team Asia, it was Tio Zhou in 13th and 14th. An early crasher, Chang Chi-ying on the A-Racer Speed Tech Yamaha R1. So that was free practice 2. We are going to be seeing the Lita bikes once again right at the end of the afternoon. But next up, we watch Mr. Suzuki there, keeping it nice and environmentally friendly. Going down pit lane, team boss for STG Hark Pro, having a good time. That's it, electric scooters. Not long ago when everybody was running around on. Yeah, so as we just take a little look at the weather coming up behind where we're sitting, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. When we come back, it'll be for the second free practice session of the day for the Underbone 150s. So stay with us. We're at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon.
Okay guys, hi guys, I'm Azal Shah and with me today,
Afisharin bin Abdullah.
okay, today I want to bring you guys into turn 1 and turn 2. We are talking about this corner with Afisharin. Hafiz, what do you think about this turn 1? How the rider need to take this corner?
Okay, for me, it look like just a round corner, but if you just take a round, you will be slow. So this corner is shaped like a U, so you must go like a V shape a bit. So you entry in the approach to the first entry of the curb, and then in the mid of this corner, that between where we are now, just a bit wide of here, like a bit here, one meter from the curb, and then you come back at the end of the curb to prepare of the turn 2. Because why I choose here, because to prepare turn 2 is not easy.
Why we have to prepare turn 2? Because we want to take the turn 1. Why we must to prepare?
Because we have a, okay, normally people say only one corner, but for me, why I choose here, because it's very technical in this sector 1. Because if you not prepare for turn 2, you will be slow the whole turn 3 to climb to the turn 4.
Yeah.
So this already you lose a lot of time, and you lose the sector from example if you compare to the faster rider. That's a really important why I choose here, because it's one corner is very easy to say. But this is very short. This, I think, on this track, the shortest corner by corner. So that's why I'm choose here. Try to explain to you guys, to share my experience, because this is the very technical part of this track.
Sepang, turn 1 and turn 2.
Yep. Alright, don't forget to come at Sepang for this weekend, 13 to 15 of September, to support our Malaysian rider, especially because it's our home race. We will do our best, and also your favorite rider that you want to support. It's a free entry. Have many things that are waiting you guys, especially the free gift. I mean, bike, and many merchandise, and we have also the food that
food truck,
easy to find, and I think the price is also very
reasonable.
Reasonable. So don't forget to come, because really interesting race this weekend, and also free entry. That's I think it's the most easy for you guys to come.
Come on guys, let's go.
Let's go!
We are back with you live at Sepang International Circuit for the second free practice session of the day for the Underbone 150s. Had the first session this morning in pretty decent conditions. And the fastest rider around, I'll tell you in just one moment. As I overcome a small technical problem. Fastest rider this morning was Murabel Vitoni. We often say those words together. Fastest rider was Murabel Vitoni. His best time, so times to look out for, it was 2:32.2. And next up was a rider who's really showing the strongest form in the last few races, Akid Aziz for Pittsbike One-Way JRT for racing. And third was the defending champion, Nazrul Izzat Ahmadin for Uma Racing Yamaha. Then it was wildcard we saw last time out, taking a P6 and a P2, Husni Zainal Fauzi for Yamaha LFN. So plenty of quality on show. There was plenty of good riders who we didn't see start to perhaps come through to their potential, including riders like Gupta Krishna, Charles Shazras, Aditya Fauzi, Dimas Juliat Moko, Kashrul Sham are all well down the order this morning. And the important thing that the riders will have in their minds this time around is that the fastest 12 will go straight through to qualifying 2 in tomorrow morning's qualifying session, or part of the qualifying process. So the cut will be made at P12 here, and those riders will go straight through to Q2. The others will have to fight it out for the top 2 places in Q1 to join qualifying 2. So while there was fair to say, Daniel, a fair bit of dawdling in this morning's session, this time they really need to get on with it in order to make the cut and not have to go through Q1 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd say the pressure is on Aditya as well, because Aditya is going to be aware that right now the points gap between himself and championship leader Akid is 25. If Akid finds 25 more points in the next 2 races, championship is essentially done for Aditya.
That's it. And he looked like he had his head down as he went across and completed, I think that was his first, sorry, that was his out lap. He just continued, but he started his first flying lap looking as though he meant it. There is fast session leader from this morning, Aditya Fauzi. There is Akid Aziz, championship leader. So no dawdling so far. There goes the number 33 for Cardinals, Fares Putra. And he's got Stefan Rand, number 50 for Pittsbike One-Way JRT behind him. This is the other Pittsbike machine of championship leader Akid Aziz. So we're off to a really good start for this 30-minute session. We're just 5 minutes into it now. Aziz not waiting around for anyone. He's out on his own. 16-year-old Fares Putra is leading the group just behind him.
Yeah, a kid with a real mission on hand. It's been in the local championships in Malaysia, he's been dominant. He's trying to seal off the championship earlier this time round, earlier than last season. Oh, someone's gone off a big one. Is that Shazras again? It's one of the QC bikes by the looks of it. And it's Shazras again. But this time around, no gripping of his right hand, so that's a good thing. His hand is
no
okay.
injury from this morning, that's good.
And none this time, so whoa. But Shazras, what a pity for him. Twice now, 2 sessions in a row. What's happening to Shazras here? This is down at turn 7, and that's early. Yeah. That's very early. That's still at turn 6 for Shazras.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Because we know he can put on a good show. We know he can get good results. Just trying a little bit too hard there. Right at the front there are 2 riders who know how to measure their efforts. 2 former, well, one existing champion, Nazrul. Gupta Krishna just behind him. The number 22 behind him is John Emerson and Gito, Jupiter's Filipino teammate. Those three come across the line together. They are around about 7th to 10th, those guys. At the top of the timing screens was Fahmi Bassam, now it's Fazrul Sham, number 11 for Cardinals. A quiet session this morning, but he's one of those who realised he needed to pick his game up and has duly done so. In the first 7 or 8 minutes of this session, Afif Amran was another rider who didn't really show his potential this morning. And second fastest, Faris Putra, Fazrul's teammate, is third. Fahmi Bassam, race winner in race 1 in round 4, and second in the championship, currently 4th. Ahead of Rekat Yusuf, who was another rider who got a mention from us as underperforming in FP1. Akid Aziz down in 7th. Wildcard, Adiputru Sukarno, number 81 in 8th. What do you make of that story so far, Daniel?
Yeah, I think Adiputra has been decent in the first practice session alone. He was about mid-pack, and now to find himself up to 8th. So Adiputra is a very hungry young rider, and I think if he gets used to the big pack battles, which he has done a few of them in a full track in Underbones, he should be able to find a decent finish. I think a podium fight, I would not be surprised at all if Adiputra starts contesting for the podiums once we get a proper big group battle, just because he's got the young energy and he's just really hungry for results. So top 10 in the top 10 for Adiputra, not too bad at all.
Yeah, one of the great things, one of the many great things about this class is that sometimes a young teenager, and I mean a young teenager, will come through and just shock us by grabbing a podium.
We've seen it with Kiandra as well in the past. It's amazing.
Yeah, Mahendra as well. I'm just trying to think of others that have done that in recent years. But yeah, they just somehow just explode in. The team has obviously forgotten to tell them that it's supposed to be difficult, and they just go out and do it.
There's Faris Putra now as well, coming up behind Afif Amran. Looks like Akid and Afif trying to do some work together. In the national championships, they also race for the same team, and you can see that they work really well together. Whenever Akid has that extra edge, he'll help Afif out. Whenever Afif has just a little bit of extra pace, he will help Akid out.
Yeah, 2 experienced riders making the best of what they've got.
Definitely. For now, Afif Amran, the fastest on track at 2:33.5. Faris Putra, second fastest, 2:33.925.
I think that's Idil that Akid is coming up on the back of there as well.
Yeah, Idil just falling short in this session a little bit. He's down in 14th. You can see that he's not happy with the line that he took, and Akid a bit of target fixation.
That's it. Oh, you wouldn't really expect that from somebody of Akid's quality, but there you go. It shows he's human.
Happens to everyone.
Absolutely.
Just looking around, Charles, of course, not having set a lap time yet, due to having that tumble down at turn 6. Dimas Juliamoko as well, not setting a time yet. Shahid Rosli really having a struggle this session. Hafiz Faril Rashadan, he's got the fastest top speed to 167.4, but lap time previously 239.5. He is improving on this lap though.
Fazrul Sham just finding himself a nice slice of track all to himself as they went into turn 1 then. Fazrul currently 3rd fastest, having led at one point. There are 2 of the brilliant LFN team members, Fahmi Bassam and Murabil Batoni. both contenders in the championship. They have as a teammate Husni Zainal Fouti as well. So again, we're seeing so much strength in that team. And they all have 3 numbers. Why haven't I noticed this before? 143, 222, and 157.
Yeah, that's gone over my head as well. Yeah, all 3 of them donning triple digits. Hafiz Farul has gone up into 8th, so he was on a hot one and he's found himself into a much better position. Looking across, another one of the riders who's finding it a bit difficult is Giancarlo Marusio. It's all the way down in 21st for now.
He's a rider I have felt all season should be doing better. Charles Chazras. He's still in the pits. Saw him last year, as I remember, fast and a bit crashy.
I think some runners have to go through that process of making just a season of mistakes before they finally get into their rhythm. Yeah, but just unfortunately in Sepang right now, the rhythm just not coming together for Giancarlo. But he is finding some improvement now on this lap. And Idil Fitri, fastest sector 1 from Idil Fitri this time round. We got a number of riders improving as well. Akid finding a faster sector 1. John Emerson as well. Peter Pong as well, but Idil Fitri continuing on a good lap time.
There at Husni. Watching out for some of the body positions here. Husni seems to be one of those that has the legs akimbo position when they tuck in. He's just taking a look around and a look down. Looking a little bit like he needs to relax. He's got Murabil Vitoni behind him, his teammate. Murabil topped this morning's session, currently down in 10th on a 2:35.5. Just as time comparisons, they were quicker this morning. 2:32 was the best time. Just halfway through this session. 15 minutes remaining. Husni seems to have just tensed up a bit on that bike, and Murabil's caught him really quickly.
Idil Fitri, who's had a really good first sector, finds himself up into 10th place for now.
Faris Putra up into 2nd with a 2:33.9. Just ahead of his teammate, Fazrul Sham. So the Cardinals Yamaha's going well.
So we're just following Murabil and Husni around as they complete this lap. This is now coming up right at the back straight of the Petronas Sepang International Circuit.
Just give Husni a chance to settle down. He's still just tapped the back of his bike there. Wants Murabil to follow. And it just looks like he's pushing harder than he needs to.
Yeah, as of right now, we're looking at the sector times for them. Murabil's on a decent one coming through, and he goes up all the way up into 3rd. Husni, however, he goes 8th now, a fastest sector 4 for him. He's raising his hand there.
Yeah, he looked unsettled all the way through. He was looking down, he was looking up, he was looking around.
Must be
tapping.
an issue or something with his bike, or just something that he's not too comfortable with. It's, popping up on our screens now. We're getting a final warning for all riders no slowing down.
I've seen too many on screen doing that.
We haven't caught it, but maybe somewhere around the track.
Or maybe that's an automatic notice that comes up at this point in the session, Daniel.
Specifically timed for Underbones.
Yeah, Mirabel, who we've really got used to being. Yeah, there it is. On the main monitor, final warning. We've got some Puma Racing machines from the 81 Idemitsu FIM.
Yeah, Adi, he doesn't look too uncomfortable in these sessions. He's looking pretty much right where he should be.
Yeah, and he's running with Nazarul and Tafiq Rosley.
He's looking.
He's in good company.
Yeah, he's looking comfortable. He's looking confident. So I think Adi is not having any issue adapting. I heard some rumors that Adi was actually supposed to be a full season rider this season, but they decided to let him develop his skill a bit further because he is such a young rider. And I think it's worked quite well in their favor. He's not looking lost at all. He's looking properly determined, and should we have more young riders and more young talents coming in to the Underbones, it's going to be really, really good, because we've seen how riders like Murabil Vitoni, Aditya Fauzi, they come in young and talented and really light everything up.
Yeah, it has been really exciting, and there's just like a little shuffling out of the more senior riders.
And that's not to say the senior riders aren't quick, because if we look at Fazal Sham, he's been in Underbones for such a long time, yet he's still so competitive.
Yeah, and you've got Gupita, you've got Wayuaji. Yeah, terrific quality there, but it is nice to see it being mixed up.
So these must be the riders that the warning was for, because a 3:34 lap time. So somewhere along the track there was slowing down happening.
3:34. They must have gone for a cup of tea.
Just looking around for any interesting sector times. Nothing too significant yet. On our screens now is are all Umar Racing riders. We have Umar Racing Yamaha Maju Motor for Shafiq Rosli. For Adiputra Sukarno, it's Umar Racing Yamaha Philippines.
Yeah, and he just sliced past the riders and then ran wide.
And a bit of wildlife there, just as the camera pans. So it looks like Adi's, well, it looks like Nazrul is trying to be the reference point for Adi and Shafiq. They have a clean lap coming up ahead of them. Getting each other's way there, Shafiq and Adi.
Trying to spot the rider behind that.
It's one of the SCK riders, that's Hafiz.
Okay.
Hafiz Farel Rashadan. So it's a good move from Hafiz to just stick behind the 2023 champion and his trio.
Yeah, the back of that group is Pirapong Movement Pen for Team One for All. There are the two Racetech 60 machines of Wayuaji, the number 60 with the white helmet, Aditya Fauzi. Been paying quite a lot of attention to.
Yeah, Fahmi Bassam just trying to stay behind those Racetech bikes, but Fahmi goes completely wide, so he's letting the rest of them pass through. Gupita as well backing off from this. As John Emerson Inguito is trying to stay behind the two Racetech bikes. Then as Rekiat Yusuf Fadila just behind John.
Yeah, good improvement from this morning for Rekat.
Yeah, I was going to say just behind, but they're all slowing down now, and there was already a final warning, so I suspect
it's going to be a final warning now.
Yeah.
For the last time.
It's either final warning, or definitely we're going to see the stewards downstairs waiting for them.
Yeah.
And this is the trio that we're looking at, and I think there has been improvement for the Uma Racing riders. Looking for Adiputra, he's still in 12th, but where has Shafiq Rosli? Shafiq Rosli went from 22nd up into 14th, so this plan for them is working out quite well. Now Adiputra leads the charge.
Yeah, doesn't look out of place at all, does he?
Yeah, he's looking right where he wants to be. And right now he's leading. So Shafiq and Nazrul have backed off, but Adiputra is just continuing on without any slipstream. Behind him, that's Hafiz and Pirapong.
Yeah, Pirapong putting his head down. He senses the others in that group are backing off. Pirapong currently down in 17th, so in the zone for qualifying 1 tomorrow, where he doesn't really want to be. According to his quality, shouldn't be.
I do really like this from Adi. He's just, even despite his 2 teammates backing off, he's just going on and just getting more and more information for himself. This is really good from the young rider. Now Pirapong is trying to stick behind him.
Adi right on the cut-off point for qualifying 1. Pirapong provisionally in Q1.
Yeah, we still got just under 6 minutes left in this session. So still time for things to switch up.
Yeah, Pirapong improving. Be a reasonable lap for both of them. Adi coming across the line now. It's 2:36 for him. Same time, unsurprisingly, for Pirapong. Now there are 6 riders emerging from the pits, including 3 of the LFNH Putra machines of Murabil, Fahmi and Husni. Going along out with them is Raycat. Oh, come on, guys. Just turn 1.
Yeah, there's going to be some really strict words coming out very soon once they meet all the Underbone 150 riders. Managed to get a glimpse of the scolding that they get back in Mandalika. It was, yeah.
Yeah, I've witnessed 1 or 2 of those, and I mean, they're terrifying. You know, not naming names, but 1 or 2 of the race direction have got big voices that you just can't ignore. And yeah, there they go and do it again. Very, very naughty boys.
You're way braver than I was. I've gotten the scolding from 2 of them before, and I've never tested their patience again.
Yeah, I mean, they're proper tellings off.
As of right now, just 4 minutes remain in this session. Lots of riders still coasting about, looking around, and with the time remaining, there's really not much time to set a fast lap. So if they don't find, well, let's put it this way, they don't complete this current lap within 3 minutes and 40 seconds, there is no other lap.
Well, the riders that really need to wake up are John Emerson in Quito, Shafiq Rosli, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, Nazarul, Pirapong, Dimash Julie, Aditya Fauzi. At the moment, they're in for qualifying 1.
Yeah. this is not ideal, and it's not wise to be just coasting about and waiting around now. It's business time. You have to get on with it.
Yeah, I remember we were saying that at Mandalika, and it made no difference.
Yep.
And the riders that were underperforming had to go through to Q1.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You would think that after it happens a few times, and this is surprising as well for Akit this time. You rarely see him doing it to this extent. But you would think that after a few times of missing out on good lap times, that the riders would realize, okay, we got to start pushing much earlier, stop waiting about. You get a group, you follow. You don't get a group, just wait until you find one. But don't go all the way onto the side of the track, coast about.
There's nothing, I mean, there's literally nothing clever about it, because it doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think on any single occasion that we've seen that it has worked. It's just not happened, and it's just still very, very weird.
Yeah, so final warning for the very last time, so help me. We're going to need a longer and longer ticker at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, they should be concerned. I have a feeling that if the stewards and officials haven't had their coffee or lunch, they might just start black flagging some riders.
Well, there's a nice little seed you just planted, Daniel.
A new rule to be introduced from Buriram onwards.
Yeah, well, here's Fazrul. Oh, well, there was Fazrul. Here is Aditya Fauzi, with Fazrul behind him.
Yeah, so I think Aditya has finally realized that he won't find a group, and he's just gone on with it. So I think, unfortunately for Aditya Fauzi, he's not going to find any faster lap time. These two coming out, Nazrul and Adiputra, they've left it too late, but for now Adiputra is safe. Nazrul Izzat, however, is not. So this is interesting. The fastest of the three UMA Racing's riders besides... where have we gone now? Besides Giancarlo, sorry, the fastest UMA Racing rider is actually Adiputra Sukarno, the wild card, the young 14-year-old.
Yeah. So there you are. I mean, defending champion Nazrul Izzat has to go in and fight to become one of the fastest two riders in Q1 tomorrow.
Wow, this story has changed, and yeah, they've left it too late. But I think they went through pit lane and wasted too much time going around. Now they have no time at all left to set a faster lap time. So for now, Adiputra, he's more or less safe unless someone else below him finds a faster lap. Aditya Fauzi, decent sector 2, but again, his track position wasn't good. Sector 3, not much faster, and in sector 4, you would need the slipstream to go faster, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, so shout to Adiputra. Hopefully he'll get through based on his effort and attitude. Going to be judgmental now in commentary.
So I'm not too sure. It looks like Shazraz came out for the final portion because he suddenly had sector 1 to sector 3 times, but it's not going to be anything significant.
No changes of significance there.
And no one else in sector times either.
Fazrul's made it.
Aditya Fauzi does improve, but only up into 19, so he remains out of Q2 for now. Adiputra, the wildcard, he is safe through to Q2. I think his teammate Shafiq is as well in the top 14.
There's 23, so I think it's 12. I think the cutoff is 12.
So the only rider safe for the UMA Racing Garage is Adiputra, the wildcard, the young talent from Malaysia on the Yamaha. So good job from Adiputra.
Yeah, strategically that's less than brilliant, you have to say.
it's a strange session. I think when Adi kept on just pushing forward, that was when Nazrul and Shafiq should have just followed on and just kept on going. Adi was the fastest between the three of them anyway, so it would have been good for them to use Adi as a reference at some points.
Yeah, but props to the guys at the top. Bifan Ran set that best time of 2:33.572 earlier. Faris Putra and Fajrul Sham for Cardinals did really well. They were second and fourth respectively. Murabil Vitoni, fast this morning, fast this afternoon. Gupita Krishna fifth. Army sixth. Kid Aziz, Husni. So this field is packed full of quality, but just some of the riders out there who we've already named and shamed haven't made it.
Yeah, I've just noticed that even Wayuaji as well. No, it's not just Aditya Fauzi that didn't make it, but Wayuaji, who had a decent practice one, didn't make it.
That's it. Well, there it is confirmed. Veteran of the class, you could say, Afif Ran was fastest with a 2:33.572. Next up, 16-year-old for Cardinals Factory Racing Team, Faris Putra Fadil. Great session from him. Murabil Vitoni for Yamaha LFN, another quick session for the young Indonesian. Fajrul Sham for Cardinals, good session. He ended up fourth fastest. Gupita Krishna was fifth. Fahmi Bassam was sixth. Akid Aziz, seventh, eighth. Husni Zainal Fauzi for Yamaha LFN. So all three of those Yamaha LFNs were through. Ninth, Rekat Yusuf Fadila for SCK Honda and his teammate Hafiz Faril Rasyadan, 10th. 11th, Idil Fitri Mahadi, good performance from him, as indeed it was for Adi Putra Sukarno for Uma Racing. And then just missing the cut was Filipino John Emerson Ingito, followed by Shafiq Rosley, Wayuaji Triliksana for Racetech 60, who was 15th. 16th, defending champion Nazrul Izzat Bahudin for Uma Racing, 17th. Pirapong Louis Bumpeng, his teammate for Team One for All. Dimas Juliet Moko was 18th. 19th, Aditya Fauzi, 20th. Iqbal Amri for Yamaha Techni AHM Motorsports. 21st, Masato Fernando, still hasn't quite found where he needs to be on the Jiran Kobe Motor Oil Racing machine. 22nd, Giancarlo Maurizio, and 23rd, Charles Shazrasu had an early crash in that session, unfortunately. Oh, so that's it. That's Underbones. Some great performances, some frustration, as ever we see in the Underbone practice sessions. What we are guaranteed, we know, is some phenomenal racing tomorrow and Sunday from those guys. So we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, it will be for the second and last session of the day for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So stay with us. We're at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
We are back at Sepang, and what you can hear is the sound of singles. That is 310cc single cc engines of the TVS Asia one make are Apaches. Riders now completing their outlaps and getting down to business in this 20-minute session. The rider on your screen there, number 14, from Korea, the sole Korean representative in this series, Kim Min-jae, a rider who's been improving during the course of this season. It's round 5 of 6, of course, for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are really pleased to be back here at the magnificent motorsport venue that is Sepang International Circuit. Just looking out over the start-finish line, the green flags wave, the riders on their way as they get into their flying laps. As for the Underbone 150s we were looking at just now, the results from free practice today are all important because qualifying is split into 1A and 1B. 1B is where you want to get through to because that is for the first 8 grid positions in this 15 bike field. We'll stay there with Kim Min-jae this morning. The Korean clocked best time of 2:26.6. That was the 13th best time of the session. The best belonged to race winner last time out, Ramdan Rosley, the rider who broke the winning run of Hiroki Ono, who had previously won the 6 preceding races of 2023. Sorry, 2024. Slipped into a little time warp there.
I think in total though, Hiroki, right before Ramdan took the race victory, I think in total it was 10 races in a row.
Yeah, it was 10. Phenomenal achievement, phenomenal run, and you just, when you see runs like this in any sport, you just think, how far can they extend this? And it just gets more and more beyond belief, really. But that's something that that record is something nobody can take away from Hiroki Ono. 10 successive wins at this level against such stiff competition. And really it had to be Ramdan Rosley to beat him because the Malaysian just didn't give up the chase at any point. He kept working on every aspect of his game, as we were saying earlier on, from riding, machine setup, to losing immense amounts of weight without losing strength, so everything had to be right.
Speaking of everything going right, Rich Takahira, the first 221.9 of this weekend.
Yeah, that's good. That's about as good a lap time as we've seen from the TVSs, and I'm including from last season. So we've got there, I think that was the number 9. That is Sartak Chavan going through, and 10. That is his compatriot from India, Chirant Vishwanath. Both of those very highly rated back home in India and running together here, hopefully to their mutual benefit. I beg your pardon, Rish Takahira is number 10, and we know how well he's going. Chirant is number 8, so I got my sequence wrong there.
Yeah, speaking of lap times, some of the faster race laps that we saw last season was a 221.4. So the lap time from Rich Takahira, 221.9, is not too bad at all. Qualifying as well, the fastest was a 21.7. So Rich right up there with the fastest lap times.
Yeah, that's it. The machine is pretty much under continuous development, but I think we reached the stage in the middle of last season where it just got really so good that huge amounts of, unrealistic amounts of investment would have been required to get them to go any faster or get them to be any lighter or more powerful. These really are homologated, something you could describe as homologated prototypes. It's really built for racing.
Yeah, that lap reached 222. Satak Shavan 222.7. Ate Kanger 223. So still waiting for a fast lap from Ramdan, Muzakir, Vorapong, Chirant and Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, big improvement for Rocco Sessler. He was in the 225 this morning. He's done 223.858. So the young German going well. That's KY Ahmed, number 6. One of 4 Indian riders in this category. There is Rocco Sessler. Running on his own and enjoying it. First visit to Sepang, as it has been for every circuit he's visited this year. First time competing or traveling in any shape or form outside of Europe. And he does look confident and aggressive on that RR Apache.
Full of Rocco Sessler now.
That's good sector 2 there for him.
Really good lap time coming in from Rich Takahira, sector 1, sector 2 fastest. So they should be anywhere between a mid to higher 221, unless Rich has somehow found a really low 221. Fastest top speeds this time round coming in from Hiroki Ono.
Amazingly, Hiroki Ono, 4th fastest this morning.
I should have checked on how many consecutive sessions he had as well in first place.
Yeah, that would be a big number.
Definitely, yeah. He was he was really on an unbelievable streak. Fernandez Rocco just tucking in early, trying to cut through the air as much as he can. Rich Takahira is going to get a bit of a slipstream as he comes through. 220.803. Wow. And Sartak at 221.328. Both of them setting the fastest lap times we've ever had with the TVS here in Sepang.
That's it, yeah. And noting the top speed there, 200.4. Hiroki Ono's top speed ominously is 201. He has light body weight among the many advantages that he carries into his racing. Ati Kanger and Casey Klammer rumbling into the pits there. Not a whole lot of time to spend in the pits in a 20-minute free practice session.
Ooh, this is a fast-looking group. This is Muzakir, Hiroki, and Deki Tiano.
Yeah, Chirant also, the number 8 there, hitting some reasonable form.
Deki has had good memories here at Sepang. Last season, he was the fastest lap time in his fastest race lap was from Deki Tiano. Vorapong goes up into 4th. Ramdan goes up into 5th. Muzakir can only sit in 7th for now.
Yeah, no podiums yet this season for 2022 champion Vorapong. While this project is very much a success for the Thai racer and coach Vorapong, he does love being on the podium. Number 4 is Ramdan Rosley, winner of race 2 at Mandalika. And behind him, he's got Deki, number 5. Behind him. So these 3, as you were saying, Daniel, this is a fast bunch we've got here. Just behind them is Casey Klammer and Ati Kanger, but this group is the one to watch at the moment. Looking at the timing screens, nothing much to watch out for outside of these guys. So good lap from Ramdan Rosley. Goes Sessler on another decent lap, so he's seems to have got to grips with this Sepang. 5.5 kilometers with its 10 rights, 5 lefts, and immense width of the track as well.
This is a nice group to follow here. Ramdan, Becky and Vorapong, all very good fighters and really strong battlers when it comes to race situation. Ramdan leading the way down the front straight. So 2 minutes 20.803 from Rich Takehira early on. That's still an unbelievable lap time.
Yeah, Ramdan got the best of it in that group. 2:22.995. Oh my goodness, that's more than 2 seconds off the time of Rich Takehira. Sartak Chavan half a second slower than Rich Takehira. Still 1.6 seconds quicker than Ramdan, who's third. There is Muzakir, currently 7th, second fastest this morning, with the best time of 2:22.5. Number 3 is Vorapong, number 4, Ramdan Rosley.
Just 5 minutes left in this session now. It's still, looking at the lap times, 2:29.95. Sorry, 2:22.995 for Ramdan. Vorapong 2:23.1. Muzakir not finding anything fast yet. 2:23.9.
Yeah, he found his speed late in the session this morning. Chiran Vishwanath, number 8, looks as though he's distracted by something, maybe going to pull in. Coming up behind him is Ramdan Rosley. Another group fired across the line. This is a good lap again for Decky. Go Sessler firm in the 2:23s. That is like a second group pace currently for, we could anticipate, for the German. Number 12 coming into view there is Irvin Eksan, the Singapore rider. Kim Min Jae, number 14. And the number 7 just behind them is Jagan Kumar, who we haven't seen in every race this season. Fair to say, a rider in the twilight of his career, having won a whole hatful of accolades and championships back home in India. Jay having a good push. Is that Daniel?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether something was sticking out of the bike of Irvin Iksan's tail, or was that just a camera mount? Because it looked quite significant.
See, the camera's
so that's Jagan Kumar's bike.
Yeah.
It does look like it's a camera, not something sticking out the back. That's Irvin Iksan, the Singaporean. So we got 2 Singaporeans this weekend. Irvin Iksan in the TVS Asia 1 make and Jazil Juraimi in the AP to 50 class.
Yep, not a lot of room for racing in Singapore unless you're Formula 1.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for the Singaporean riders. Previously they had this a go-kart track where they were able to run races and do training. and recently that has been stopped. So it's really a tough job for Irvin and riders like Irvin and Jazzo. But it's good to see them out here in the Asian Championship now and really putting in some good work.
Yeah, I guess for those guys, they need to cross the bridge and go into Johor. Is that even open now?
Yeah, the Pasir Gudang.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that one's it's officially closed to the public now. So the option is Sabang, which is good for them when it comes to a single round here.
Yeah, much longer trip though.
Indeed. So for now we look at Hiroki Ono at 222.8, and you just wonder whether Hiroki's gonna find something, because that 2-minute 20.8 was really special for me, Rich Takahira.
Yeah, and actually the 221.3, that's the next best time. Looks pretty, ooh, Hiroki Ono getting out of shape there.
Yeah, that just shows that he's not holding back. This is Hiroki still on a push.
Yeah. See what that did to his sector time for sector 3. But Ramdan Rosli watching behind.
Hiroki now pushing around turn 14. Sector 3, still a decent sector 3, but look at the time difference between Rich Takahira's sector and Hiroki. In sector 3 alone, it's nearly 9/10 of a second, nearly at the gap between the two of them. So it seems that Rich just has that extra knowledge of Sepang through Asia Talent Cup and such. He was just able to pull in a really remarkable lap time.
Well, with checkered flag coming out in just a few seconds from now, Hiroki Ono's got one more bite at this. That was a 222.4. Third in this session. He was fourth in the previous session. Fourth in this session is the number 4, Ramdan Rosli, 222.9. But yeah, Rish has just set a standard there.
Yeah, Sarthak's benchmark is already something impressive at 221.3, and Rich's benchmark is just that much more impressive at 220. It's amazing to think that these bikes started off by trying to compete with the AP 250 lap times and then altogether just beating it.
Yeah, they surpassed them relatively quickly at most tracks. This is one of the tracks where the lap times are closest together, actually. Yeah.
I think the issue for, well, not an issue, but the one factor would be single piston bikes tend to struggle a little bit in Sepang. Back in the day when we had the Ninja 250 SL and the single piston CBR 250 and the 300, they, even though with the extra engine capacity of a 300 against the 250s of the Yamaha R25, it still struggled here. So single pistons, I think it's just the nature, the layout of the circuit.
Yeah, I could see, and I saw it on Chiran's bike just a few turns ago, with the rear kind of almost locking up under braking. And it was, they debuted here at Sepang in 2022 in round 2 of that year. And I mean, you could just see this was classic big single piston locking up under braking. But the A-Racer Speed technology sorted that out pretty quickly, but it's still just a little bit evident here.
Yeah, it's proper hard braking from close to top speeds for these bikes, and it's not all point and squirt. That you have a lot of corners where you have to really rely on smooth corner speeds. And someone's just done a 221. That's Ramdan, a 221.873. Zakir finding a faster lap time as well, 222.8.
Yeah, so the championship leader, the master of the class, Hiroki Ono, looks like he's going to finish 5th in this session. That'll send him through to qualifying 1B, but it shouldn't even be that close for him by his standards. So this is really interesting.
It is a change in the dynamics of this championship.
Yeah. Yeah, Ramdan Rosley did a lot to shift that last time out, but there he is, that phenomenal best ever lap for the TVS Asia One Make Championship around the Sepang International Circuit, 2:20.803 for the young Japanese Rish Takahira. Second with another excellent lap, Sartak Chavan, exciting young rider from India. Third, Ramdan Rosley. Fourth, Chirant Vishwanath, another promising rider coming through from India. Hiroki Ono, championship leader, was fifth in this session. Muzakia came up to sixth after a slow start. Borapong seventh, and eighth was Ati Kanger. So those are the riders who made the cut into Q2, Q1B tomorrow. Dekicano Aldi just missed out in ninth. Rocco Sessler was 10th, 223.6 was his best. Kaibai Ahmed was 223.7. Kim Min Jae, 12th fastest, and 13th was Casey Klammer, who looked like he was really pushing in that session. Irvin Eksan, the Singaporean rider, 14th, and Jagan Kumar, 228.1 for the veteran Indian racer. So that wraps TVS Asia for this free practice Friday. We'll be seeing them back in action early tomorrow morning. And for now, we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, it will be for the last 3 free practice sessions of the day for AP250, Supersport 600 and ASB 1000 in that order. So it'll be the 250s next on track here at Sepang International. This is Free Practice Friday for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in a few minutes. A very warm welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. This is Free Practice Friday, and we're coming into the last 3 sessions of the day. And this is the 3rd free practice session for the AP 250s. They came out in mixed conditions this morning. There had been some overnight rain that was still evident on the track, so it was a bit of a tricky session for them, and especially tricky for Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Araya Gaska, who had a crash, and we haven't had it confirmed yet, but he went to hospital for a suspected broken right wrist, which was very concerning and disappointing news for the young Indonesian protege. So hopefully not too much of an injury and he'll be back soon. Araya Gaska currently lying 4th in the championship. These riders coming out now on their out lap. So the times we should be looking out for, based on what we saw this morning, the second session was dry, so we were looking at 2:25s. 2:25.2 was the best time recorded by Herjan Atner for Astra Honda. 2:25.3 was the best time recorded for Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. So that was best Honda, that was best Yamaha. The best Kawasaki was Aiki Yoshi, who recorded a 2:26.7. So the particular characteristics of the Kawasaki, with 4-cylinder engine, the extra 15 kilograms which that means, making it a little bit more challenging to ride. He needs corner speed, he's got great straight line speed, but he really feels it under braking. There's a lot of extra weight to slow down. Good view of the sky there. Once or twice today we've felt threatened. Anybody who's ever watched a race from Sepang knows that the weather is always near the front of the minds of anybody watching. So it's go, go, go. The green flags wave on the start-finish line. These riders get onto their flying laps. We've been extremely fortunate today. I think it was about this time yesterday when we had a downpour. So we're hoping we will get through the next 2 hours. Or next hour. 5:50. Yeah, hopefully we'll get through the next 2 hours without a downpour. There are the 2 Kawasaki's there. Number 37 is Aiki Iyoshi, and the number 21, Deandra Triardika. Deandra improving during the season, come into this class for the first time on this quite special machine. Looks good, sounds absolutely sublime, and has been going pretty well. Good work, good development work by the experienced Aiki Iyoshi. He is currently 5th in the standings. Beg his pardon. He's currently 7th in the standings. But it has been good work from him. New rider in for STG Hark Pro in this class, Alfred Jacob Sublaya, number 32. Free practice 2 was interrupted right at the start, just 3 minutes in, when Mohsin Paramban had an oil leak that caused him to crash. Dumped some oil on the circuit, so we had about a 10-minute delay. But pleased to say, thanks to the superb efficiency of everybody here at the circuit, we are back on schedule now. Just snipped a little bit out of the lunch break. problem has vanished. There's number 32, the STG Hard Pro debutant here, Sablaya. Just for those two Kawasaki's ahead of him. Early leader in this session, just 6 minutes in, is Cao Vietnam. Cao Vietnam took his first win this year in Zhuhai in slightly controversial circumstances, but it was nevertheless a deserved win. We have yet to see the championship leading bike of Kiandra Ramadipa. There's the number 41 Bunsu Honda of Irfan Haikal. Hasn't really shown what he can do around this circuit yet in the first two sessions. Unlike his teammate, the number 63, coming into view right now, Sharifuddin Azman, who certainly has shown what he's capable of. And he's looking good for a podium, you have to say, this weekend. The talented Malaysian, Moto3 experience, as we know, now on production bikes in ARRC this year. One podium so far for him. That was at the opening round. Now we're at his home round, and we are expecting him, given his talent and the determination he's showing as well, to do something special this weekend. And right on cue, thank you very much. He's just moved up to P1 on the timing screen with a 2:27.2. There's another couple of seconds to come off here. Good conditions now. The sun is out to a greater extent now than it has been all day long. So track conditions are good. But these bikes should go perhaps a little bit faster in this FP3. And here we are at 4 p.m. here at Sepang. It could be the best conditions for these machines so far. Number 71 is one of the wildcards to watch out for. Emil Itza Ezwan. And there, just in front of that, number 68 machine. 68 belongs to Jazil Juraimi, another much fancied wild card, but running just in front of him is Kiandra Ramadipa, the championship leader, by 16 points. Brilliant 15-year-old from Indonesia, riding for Astra Honda, one of the latest of the brilliant young riders that somehow Astra Honda keep finding and developing. So best time of 2:26.3 for Kiandra. So he's on top now. Next up is Cao Vietnam, 2:27.1, just ahead of Sharifuddin and Irfan Haikal, who's showing improvements in this session. Daniel, I'm not sure if you've just been outside, but it looks like the conditions right now are about as good as they've been all day, if not better.
Yeah, I think it's just nice. The heat is it's not too bad. I think it's ideal conditions for track time. Thankfully, the rain has stayed just away from the Sepang International Circuit. It's been raining around the region of Sepang and Dengkel nearby the track, but we've been very fortunate.
Just pausing for a second to watch Ferozi Turakatula come across the line, because we are anticipating him moving up the order, which indeed he has. Moved up to P2. Pulling Wacharin Tuktamon behind him. Wacharin in 8th, his best time 2:29, but it's a best time of 2:26.7. That's within half a second of Kiandra's best time in this session. Kiandra's form really looking good. Following a great round by him in Mandalika.
Yeah, Kiandra in his local championships as well. He's been riding 600s, 250s, and he's been consistently fighting for podium spots. So he's really maturing into a top class rider, and yeah, it's showing in his results. Championship leader at 15 years old in the EP 250 class against some really big names. I mean, you've got Sharfudin Nansman, you've got Farozi, Aikiyoshi,
and not to mention his teammate
Herjan as well. Yeah,
real class rider.
It's unbelievable what Kianra's doing at such a young age. There's a good shot of the weather in the distance.
Yes, good riders in that group. Farozi, Sharafuddin, Warwick as well for East NJT. Watcherin, the number 25, his teammate. And the number 11 there of Calvin Quintal for Honda Racing India.
Yeah, Warwick's been really good this weekend so far. Today he's been really impressive. And I think if they keep just finding a little bit more, I wouldn't put it away that Warwick might challenge for a good top 5 spot and potentially his first podium this season. And it will be East NJT's first podium this season as well.
Absolutely. That'd be good. It's well deserved. They're a really well organised team, very well turned out. They invest a lot in time and training for the riders. They bring in coaches. Close relationship, as we were saying earlier on, with the official Honda Racing Thailand team. So something of a satellite operation, but Warwick looking really good behind Sharifuddin, Asman there, and Emil just behind him. Good wild cards here. Irfan Haikal showing up better in this session. 27.2, his best time.
Yeah, this is good from Emil. It's I think it's the first time we've seen him on a Yamaha 250 class machinery. I believe it is the R3 that they're running as well this time round. Yes, it is a Yamaha R3. So it's a first outing for Pitt's bike. And they're doing a good job with that bike under Emil. Emil is a top quality rider. He's done CV. He's done a lot of different championships, and he's slowly finding his form here in this 250 class. If he can maintain top 10 all weekend, I would consider that a success for both the rider and team.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, agree. There's Chinese rider there, Wang Jiadong, regular rider here for Victor Racing. One of several Chinese riders making their way through into ARRC. Chao Jintong, of course, we'll be seeing in the next session. But it's good to see them pressing on, persisting.
Oof, went a bit too wide down the entry of turn 13 there, Wang Jiadong. Sorry, turn 12. Here's Kiandra. Really like that helmet design. It's very artistic.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Kind of tribal. Daniel, you're looking jumpy as you look up at the sky.
Yeah, it just suddenly got really dark over the commentary box.
We all suffer from that in Japan.
I mean, it looks darker in some areas because we have got scattered clouds, and they are rain clouds. So the potential is that if it starts pouring down on one portion of the track, it's only going to be, let's say, turn 7, 8, 9, and then the rest of the track is dry because it's really spotty right now.
Yeah, well, there goes Kiandra. I mean, looking at his pace all the way through so far, he looks like the rider to beat, and he is leading the championship.
Yeah, he's got 0.6 of a second over Irfan Haikal, and this is good from Irfan Haikal. I mean, it's about time. We've seen him getting better in Mandalika, and this time round, in the first 2 practice sessions, it wasn't too impressive from Irfan Haikal. He was there, but he wasn't quite attacking at the top. But right now, Irfan up into second at 225.8.
Yeah, that's good, and 0.6 quicker than his esteemed teammate Gamal Sharifuddin.
Yeah, in practice 2, he was doing 229, so this is a really good showing from Irfan. And because Honda, they need the next young talent for Bootsy Honda Malaysia. They need the next prince of Sepang, let's say, to take over the reign of Helmi and Azroy.
Yeah, that's it. Gary Salim having a decent session there. He's been lapping in the mid 227s. Keandra coming to complete another lap. What's this one going to be? Pace looks good. Yeah, 225.4. The best time 225.2. Last time around 225.4.
Yeah, it's like his second and third best lap times are still better than anyone else, Keandra.
That's right.
Fantastic young rider.
It's not just the speed, it's the pace, the consistency that we're always looking out for. Oh, this is interesting. Here's Irfan Haikal running with Watcherin. Oh, sorry, not Watcherin, Warwick.
They're both on the Hondas, but both significantly different in height. Irfan just got I think the exhaust gasket has gone off.
What we got here?
It's both Irfan and Emil. Just I think they're going to be heading back to pit lane.
Yeah, I'm just feeling jumpy about the rain. When I saw the hands go up, no, I thought, no, that's too close from where we're sitting. Yeah, here they come.
It's not really evident on the broadcast screens, but if you were here at the Sepang International Circuit now, it is concerning because it's scattered everywhere. And if we were to have rainfall, it wouldn't be very long, and it wouldn't be the entire track right now.
Which in itself is a nightmare, just having half the track wet.
And unfortunately, it's not uncommon in Sepang. We've had plenty of championships come here where you have the second half of the circuit completely drenched and slippy, and you have turn 1 all the way until turn 6 completely dry.
Yeah, that was a good lap from Cal Vietnam, 226.6. Puts him up into P4. He's really made his mark as a consistent podium contender this season. From the 2 crashes he had in round 1 when he was trying to win, and then to actually taking the win in China. But he's been at or near the front all the way through. So brilliant work over a period of years for Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, Honda Racing Vietnam last season, they sent their riders all to the Malaysian Championship for a Honda one-make race. I'm surprised that this season they haven't done it, but nevertheless, Cal Vietnam has put in a lot of good work with the team. I just have to, you could just feel that they might have benefited from a bit of extra laps done here at Sepang, the way Honda Racing Thailand has done.
Yeah, a lot of these things come down to resources, don't they? They are running the latest version of the bikes, so I think they've invested fully in the machinery, as Vietnam gets pretty crossed up there.
Yeah, that's the thing about racing, it's the logistics that makes everything just a little bit more costly.
Yeah, exactly right. Flights, hotels, all the consumables, tyres, fuel, broken bits.
For Cal Vietnam now, a good sector 1, good sector 3 from him, so this should be a slight improvement, so maybe around mid to 26 again for Cal Vietnam. Brings him a bit closer to Sharafin and Azman in 3rd. So as of right now, it's a top 4 Honda party, followed by 2 Yamahas, Farouzi and Emil Itzhar. Really good job from Emil, and Herjan's all the way down in 7th for now.
Yeah, 226.8. And that's, yeah, another good lap, another improvement by about 0.3 for Cal Vietnam, up into P3 with a 226.3 2:04.3. Great work from the Vietnamese rider. He only has Kiandra and Irfan ahead of him as things stand.
The tricky thing about today's sessions is that almost every single session had a completely different order in the finish for the 250 class. We've had different conditions in each. In practice 2, Herjanatna was the fastest with a 225.2. In this session, he's done with a 226.8. So it's a remarkable difference.
Yeah, and fathoming out why is quite a challenge. You know Herjan's running with a rev cut, but that was the same. What are the other variables here?
It's really hard to say. I would love to say that it could just be a size, a form factor difference, but then again, he is a taller compared to the rest of the top 6, but Emil's not that small either. Farouzi's not that small. Vietnam as well.
So Fidin's not that small.
Yeah, he's not either. Yeah. So it's tricky to call it. Although it's a really good improvement there from Nguyen Hu Tri. Earlier in practice 2, if I recall, practice 2 was as well properly dry. Nguyen Hu Tri only clocked in at 232. This time round, he's found a 228 and improving. Nguyen Hu Tri is one of the riders that came to Malaysia a few weeks ago to do some practice sessions. And by the looks of it, it has helped him quite a bit.
It's good. The two Kawasaki's there running together. Currently, Aikiyoshi in P12. Deandra, where is he? 10th. So, leading the boss at the moment. On track, it's the boss leading Deandra. Takes a long look. Sorry, Aikiyoshi takes a long look behind him. Running there with the number 18.
And Nguyen Hu Tri improving all through Sector 2 and Sector 3. Should be leapfrogging over Deandra as they come across the start-finish line. Was that a bit of an error there from Hu Tri? Looked a bit wider than he should be.
Yeah, just a little bit. These Kawasaki's come across.
Yeah, Hu Tri does not improve on that lap at 228.5, so consistent in the mid 228s.
Looking what else is notable here. We've got Alwyn Xavier, Indian wildcard in 19th on a 2:31, more than 6 seconds off. The new SDG rider, Jakob Sablaya, 2:32. I think Shuncheng Zhang on a 2:30. I think he's showing some improvements, the Chinese rider.
Yeah, in practice 2 he was lapping in the 231, higher 231s. This time around a 230.7, so good improvements, good steps forward.
Two wildcards running here, two really good quality wildcards, Kandra Hermawan and Gary Salim. 31 Gary Salim, 88 Kandra.
Gary Salim, who just a few seasons ago was riding in a Moto2 spec class.
Yeah, and he did 2023, he was in 600s. Was cut short by a nasty crash he had at Sugo. These two, Ferozi in front of them. Ferozi currently 5th, 226.7 is his best time. So 1.5 seconds off Kiandra, who is the rider, the one rider ahead of him in the championship standings. Kiandra Chandra's going to take some beating this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He clearly likes riding around Sepang. His first ever international podium was here as well in Sepang 2 years ago. As a wildcard in the Underbone 150 class.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
That was another of those memorable moments.
Not only that as well, even in Sepang, just a few weeks ago, he got a podium in the Asia Talent Cup as well. So, very good memories for Chandra here.
Yeah. Three and 23. 63 slightly more familiar. Yeah, 73.
I was expecting a bit more from Elvin Xavier because he's been riding in the Malaysian Championship for just about 2 or 3 seasons now. So he should have enough knowledge, and if I look at the lap times, this is a bit slower than what those watching the championship would be expecting from him. He should be able to go around with a lower 2-minute 30s or a higher 29s, no issue. It's just not coming in together for him.
Looks like he might be improving this lap.
Yeah, he had Sharfuddin Azman as a reference right in front of him, although Sharfuddin Azman's gone all the way to the front.
Yeah.
He's got Kevin Kintel in front of him, who's not a bad reference either.
That's right, although Kevin hasn't recorded a meaningful time in this session.
Tree trying to stay away from the hard charging Sharfuddin Azman. Tree's been lapping consistent 2-minute 28. So I think race pace wise, he should be well in for a top 10 finish.
Yeah, that would be a result to take home. Looking at the wildcards here, Daniel. ML 7th, Gary 8th, Chandra 10th.
Farouzi now goes up into 4th with a 226.2. And Herjan as well, he's found himself up into 3rd with a 225.9. So this is much better from Herjanat now.
Yeah, we know he has it in him. We're a bit mystified why he did stay down the order for so long. There's just over a minute remaining now.
Sharfuddin Azman now, he goes up into 4th again, improving his lap time 226.225. Well, Xavier, finally, he's dropped into the 229s. He's improved on that lap, 229.5. It's more like it from Elvin Xavier. Improvements coming in from Chandra, Herma 1, Waretona Pakun, and Piawat as well. Kevin Kintel also on course to set a better lap time.
I'm kind of surprised to see Piawat and Watcherin down in 14th and 15th. Piawat might be about to do something about that.
I think it's been a tough season for Piawat. He's a very talented young Thai rider. It's just not come together for him this season. We can see so far the Isan JT bikes have put in some decent lap times under the hands of Warrit. So we just want to see a bit more from Piawat now.
Piawat going back before he did TVS Asia was in AP 250s with Honda Racing Thailand. Pretty frequent front row qualifier. Occasional podium finisher. He's got quality. Needs to pick it up a little bit. Anyway, this is a good lap for him, so let's cheer him on.
Here's following Mohsin Paramban. Mohsin, who had the engine issue earlier on in practice 2 where the red flag had to come out. So Mosen down to 24th for now.
Yeah, maybe they didn't have time to put all the cylinders back in.
Yeah, I would imagine the calibration would still be a bit off for his bike, and yeah, he's just struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's gone up there. That's Albin Xavier.
Oh, yeah, that's all in.
So he's just gone really hot into turn 15, I guess. Possibly not being able to stop the bike in time.
Yeah, deep in the gravel there. He's going to have to go the long way around. But the checkered flag's out now anyway.
That was really far off as well. He's gone right across the gravel trap. Herjan's on a good lap. Fastest sector 2, fastest sector 3. Irfan, fastest sector 2.
So a little drama to look forward to at the end.
Oh, Kiandra's gone down at turn 15.
Right at the end, after the checkered flag.
At the same spot that Alvin Xavier has gone down. So is there something at turn 15, or is it just both rider errors?
Difficult to say, isn't it?
Because we didn't see any bikes puffing up any smoke or anything. Let's see what happened to Kiandra. Should be one of the bikes here at the front end. Yeah, no, it's just
the front. No, that was, yeah.
It's just going in hot. Looked like he just stared down at the gravel for the last bit of that fall.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. I think he was just kind of feeling the sensation of the airbag. It seemed to be almost like looking down and go, ooh.
So this is what it's like.
Yeah. Surfing.
Ooh, on the last, that was all Herjan, 225.3.
Yeah, really good. So there we are, Astra Honda 1 and 2. And there it is on the results that have come up nice and quickly. Kianda Ramadipa, 225.217. He really does look like the rider to beat this weekend. His teammate not far behind him, Herjanatna Firdaus, for Astra Honda, 225.3. And Irfan Haikal, great session from him for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. He was third quickest on 225.7. Sharifuddin Azman, another good session for the Malaysian, 226.2. Ferozi Torakatula, 226.3. Currently second in the championship. Cal Vietnam, good session, 226.3. Emil Idzar Ezwan for Pits by One Way. That was a really good session for the wild card. Finished P7th. Horitong Nopakun was 8th in the end. Gary Salim 9th for Honda NWN SCK, 227.3. Piawat was 10th for East NJT Racing Team. Kandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia was 11th. Deandra Triardika and Aiki Iyoshi for Motor Sniper Manual Tech were 12th and 13th respectively. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam was 14th. 15th was Watcher and Tubtimon for East NJT. Jazil Jaraimi for Team ACR. 16th, 17th, Kevin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Gauta Ang for Team One For All was 18th. All in we saw go off late in the session for Gusto Racing India was 19th with a 229.566. Chunchongjang for TY Antares was 20th, 21st Longnam Zer, 22nd Wang Jiadong, 23rd Alfred Jakob Zablaya, and 24th Mosim Paramban, who had those engine issues earlier that still seem to be plaguing the Indian. So that is AP250 done. Next time we see the bikes on circuit will be tomorrow morning for qualifying. This class has a straight 30-minute qualifying session. So we are going to take a short 5 minutes or so break now. When we come back, it will be for the third and final free practice session of the day for the Supersport 600. So stay with us. We are live at Sepang International Circuit for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You are back with us at Sepang International Circuit for free practice 3 for the Supersport 600s. And the first rider to complete his out lap and get his head down with a flying lap is the number 21. You can see on your screen, Idemitsu Putra, currently second in the championship, 8 points adrift of the leader, Apiwat Wongtananon. Idemitsu wasting no time to get some lap times in. This morning he was 4th quickest, best time for him. Just get the right page, do beg your pardon. Best time for Idemitsu this morning was 2:11.9. That was the last morning session. And now we are in the penultimate afternoon session. After the Supersport 600s, we will have the ASB 1000 final pre-practice session of the day. So Idemitsu Putra, it was his rookie season in this class last season. This season, he's been getting better and better, and now sits a very well-earned second in the championship. Championship did look as though it was fairly safe in the hands of Apiwat Wongtananon until he had a fall in a domestic race back in Thailand and broke his left wrist. It was a pretty nasty injury that plagued him during round 4 at Mandalika. He was only able to finish 7th in race 1 and crashed in race 2. So that allowed Idemitsu Putra to close the gap in the championship. See that bike moving around in a straight line on the straight as he tips into turn 1. That first flying lap was a 2:12.6. That's a pretty decent time for the Indonesian. His teammate, Beda Ega Pratama, a 15-year-old prodigy in his rookie season on 600s, was the second behind him. 2:13.6 for him. On screen now you have 2 of the riders that looked really threatening this morning. Azroy Anwar, the number 20, winner in Mandalika, and the number 31 there for Thai Honda, Tanat Longpliao. 2 really strong rookies in their lineup for the Supersport 600 class for Honda Racing Thailand. And Kiatisak got the better of his teammate in Mandalika. Kiatisak finished on the podium in P3 in race 2, but it's been advantage Tanat so far as that garage is concerned so far at Sepang. Tanat 4th quickest in free practice 2 with a 2:11.3. Best time of the session was with Apiwat Wongtananon, 2:11.004, and his second best time was also quicker than anybody else. So Azroy, no surprise to see him at the top, and no surprise to see him bettered by his teammate Helmi Asman, who's gone straight into the 210s, 210.592 for the number 32, Helmi Asman. Brilliant lap from him so early in the session. So he goes top with an advantage of 0.8 over his teammate. Tanat Longpliao currently 3rd. His teammate Kiatisak Singapore currently 4th. All of those riders within the 2:11s. Idemitsu is next, 2:12.15. He's currently 5th. But Helmi Asman now being chased by Kiatisak Singapore. What can Kiatisak learn from the rider in front of him. What will Helmi let him learn is the question, and not a lot, because he's just run wide. Oh, and there's a look at the sky that's been threatening us all day. As we go back onto the track with Tanat number 31, Azroy and Kiatisak slowing down. So these riders all easing off now. The sky looks a little darker, but that could be a very well timed quick lap there from Helmi Asman at 2:10.592. We're looking at the number 50 there now, stand-in rider for Andy Fadley, the injured Andy Fadley, on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia R6, and that is Kengo Nagao, finished P1, P2 as a wild card at Motegi a few months ago, and great to see him back in as a stand-in rider. This is his first visit to Sepang, and he had a brilliant first session. He wanted to have a really good push in FP2, but it didn't work out. He kind of plateaued. So the question is, what can he do now? But he was looking very comfortable after the first free practice session. When he spoke to Daniel, he was really looking forward to pushing in FP2 and FP3.
Yeah, this timing as well is right where we expected him to be, at least at 2:12.5. So actually thinking about it, with practice 3 being the only second dry session we've had, properly dry, well, for now at least, Kengo has made a good step forward into the 2-minute 12s. And to be honest, I think in a race situation, if he gets to hook himself behind the likes of such as Adinanta, Kiatisak, Tanat, he should find it 2:11. And I think in race 2, we might see a proper charge from Kengo.
Yep, wouldn't put that past him at all. And there, riding on his own at some pace, is Apiwat Wongtananon, lying third, but he's had his best sector 1 so far and his best sector 3 so far for the Thai championship leader, riding for Yamaha Technique Racing Team ASEAN. He goes into turn 15, the final turn. Pins it on the way out. What will his sector 4 be like? The answer is very good indeed. Fastest sector 4 so far, but not good enough to lift him up. So he's on 2:11.5. Just above him, Azroy on 2:11.438, and then 0.846 ahead of that is Helmi Asman. And this is a quick lap from Azroy. Oh, he's into the 2:10s. He's closed within 0.08 of a second of Helmi with a 2:10.6. So I've restrained myself from calling them the princes of Sepang, but I'm not going to do that anymore. They've reasserted themselves as the princes of Sepang, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable. The pair of them, mid 2-minute 10s. That's a proper push on them. I think this could be just for them to try and get that qualifying set up right before the rain on, I think, the western part of the track.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just feel the threat. Yeah.
Sorry, eastern part of the track.
Yeah, not sure. That's the left for me.
Yeah.
Somebody with very little sense of direction anyway. If I look to the right, it's bright. If I look to the left, not so bright.
Here's Vida now, looking much better in this session at 2:12.5.
Yeah. Adelanta's hauled himself into the top 3 with a 2:11.4. He's displaced Apiwat. So there's 1 second covering P1 to P5, but that's a big gap at the top.
big shout out again to Sha Juntong as well. He's closed down his gap, and he's improved his time by 0.7. So 7/10 he's improved now in this session. Really good work from Sha Juntong. He's just getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Kiatisak on a decent lap as well now. He's within a second of Helmi. Riding there with Vida Ega. Brilliant young Indonesian. Just coming through pit lane now is Apiwat and McKinley Carl-Paz, the two Yamaha Technic Racing team with ASEAN teammates in this class.
Kiatisak's gone up into third now, 2:11.2.
Yeah, I notice he's got the fastest time, fastest through the speed trap, 255.9 kilometers per hour. Here comes Vida. It's 2:13 for Vida, so half a second off his best. On his way on another lap. Let's see what Veda's progress is through sector 2. Sector 1 was not bad. Sure which of the Thai riders we were looking at there. But Veda's just done a really good sector 2. Well, good sector 2. His best of the session.
Yeah, I don't think this lap, if it's an improvement, I don't think it's going to be pushing him up into 6th yet. But steps forward are good for Vida. You can see him there trying to force that bike into the direction that he wants.
Yeah, it's very physical, especially if you're of the stature of Vida Ega. Asroy in the pits. Helmi out hard at work.
As I was right there, just having a quick debrief. Sha Juntong finding some more improvements at 2:14.6 now from Sha Juntong. He's just 4 seconds off, and he's about to make that deficit even less now. He's just over a second slower than Reza Danica.
Right. Well, that's quite something. Pitting now. You got the session leader. Helmi Asman comes in 6th down next to his teammate. Just less than 800ths of a second separating those two. At the top of the timing screens, Kiatisak Singapong is the next best. So he's improved as well. He's now close to within 0.7. Just in the distance there, I think we're looking at Sha Juntong. Always puts the work in, Daniel, doesn't he? And he does make progress.
Yeah, Sha Juntong's work ethic is really, really good. He's improved in every run that we've seen him. This lap, another 2:14, so no improvement there. But I think he's one of the only riders still soldiering on and not fazed at all by the dark clouds looming over the circuit. I think he's much more confident every time we see him.
Yeah, and he's enjoying his racing. Always got a smile on his face.
And one thing I like about him is that too many times often we see riders when they when a bike isn't when they're not getting the results, they blame the bike first before improving themselves, and they switch machinery, and that can really stop your progress as a rider. And what Sha Juntong has done is stuck with the R6 for the past 3 seasons, and he's just found more comfort, more improvement every session he goes out, and that's exactly what you need to do to find your way to the top level.
Yeah, it's looking inside yourself for the improvements, or as psychologists would call it, having an internal locus of control. But it's a pretty important thing for successful athletes.
Yeah, I'm still processing the actual term for it. Here's Wahyu Nugroho now. He's come across the line with a not an improvement this time. Just looking around, Adinanta Putra finding improvement in sector 1. Sha Juntong as well. Kengo Nagao now goes out for another run.
Yeah, goes Kinley Karpaz as well. As though teammate Apiwat going to stay in the garage for now.
Camera lens looks either murky. It's not raindrops. We haven't had any spots of rain, so it's still good for now.
But we're so jumpy about the weather. It's comedy.
Yes, Azroy now. Looking confident on that CBR 600RR. There's 10 minutes remaining in this practice 3 session. The only session left after this is the ASB 1000s practice 3, but the weather may change the amount of riders we see heading up for that.
Let's wait and see. Trying to predict the weather at Sepang is like trying to predict an Underbone podium.
It's just not going to happen.
No. But here goes the championship leader. He's going to have another run with 9.5 minutes remaining. So out goes the number 24, Apiwat. Out comes the session leader, Helmi Asman. Currently 4th in the standings, but looking in very good shape to improve that. That is Apiwat.
Speaking of improvements, Adinanta has found a 2:11.2 and put himself up into 3rd.
Yeah. What have we got with Veda, Kengo, Tana? Another session characterized by an explosive start. And a bit of a plateau, but we should be coming to up to the next peak, as we have 8.5 minutes remaining. Adinanta, his body language says push. See what the lap times say. Those 2 sectors were decent, not going to improve, but Adinanta's making a determined final run.
Yeah, for now, still the 2 princes of Sepang at the top, the only ones with a 2:10. Improvements coming in from Wahyu Nugroho.
Those guys have got a 6/10 advantage over everybody else. It's quite something. Wahyu Nugroho improving, but he's further down. Signal to his Pit crew there. Stuck his leg out, so... And he slowed down. This is going to be an in-lap. The problem is, you slow down, it's a long way around, isn't it?
It is. It's literally 5.5 kilometers out from there. Is Vader now? Looks like he's either heading back or going to start another push for the remainder of this session.
1 second covering the top 6. Adenanta and Kiatisak really close together on times.
Vader running in hot there into turn 7 and 8. I think definitely there's going to be a lap back in for Vader. Unless he's deciding to just tail behind Helmi or Adenanta. There's Helmi riding with full confidence into turn 9.
Apiwat's having a push. That's the fastest Sector 1 so far from the Thai Championship leader.
Yeah, Wahyu Nugroho, he's improving as well through Sector 1. Shajun Tong's on a decent lap. And the only riders who have done 9 laps in this session are Shajun Tong, Wahyu Nugroho, and Adinanta Putra.
Shajun Tong and Adenanta, they are a real, they always seem to be vying for the Busy Bee badge in every session.
Yeah, that's just a big credit to their fitness. It's not easy to do that many laps on the 600s.
Absolutely, and Apiwat is continuing this quick lap, fastest time of the session through sectors 1 and 2.
Oh, I held me going all sorts of shapes.
Good sector 3 for Apiwat, his best sector time. So, yes, the cameras will pick him up shortly as he plunges down towards turn 15. Reza Danica having a push, but he's a long way down. There's Kiatisak, 85, 54, Vader Ega, 32, Helmi Asman. 4 minutes remaining in this session, and Apiwat does a 2:10.462 to go top. Wallop.
2:10.462 from Apiwat, 2:10.592 from Helmi, 2:10.670 from Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Oh, it looks good for a race, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is really forming up quite nicely. At this very moment, it looks like it would be a top 3 battle with the potential of Adiranta joining them, and Kiatisak actually, if they manage to get off together. Tanat, we know that he can be faster than this, so I expect him to come good tomorrow. And Vader, I wouldn't discount Vader from that battle either. Even though he's not having the best results yet. He's young, he's talented, he might just fancy sticking behind them in the race.
Yeah, and he's a good racer.
And let's not forget Kengo Nagao as well. He's another one.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
3 sessions in the Sepang only and
yeah.
2:12.
Yeah, good to see him break through. We've got less than 3 minutes left now. That's a very decent group running together there. With Vader at the front.
Yeah, a lot of fast riders in this shot here. Vader leading the trail of riders. So right now, Apiwat is our new session leader.
Yeah, that's going to take some interrupted myself with a sneeze then. Just managed to hit the off-air button in time. But yeah, without Azroy or Helmi looking threatening at the moment, that could be it for the fastest time of the session. And he topped free practice 2, Apiwat. Tops the championship. And he's playing away from home, away from Thailand, at Sepang. Best top speed is with Kiatisak, so the Honda's working really well. With Adananta and Azroy at the moment. Adananta the first of those 2 bikes. There is the number 20, Azroy. Winner last time out at Mandalika. He moves up the inside decisively against Adananta. There's a really good bunch of riders, all of whom, as you were saying, Daniel, could be in the battle for the lead tomorrow.
You know, this lap improvements coming in from Veda, Kiatisak and Kengo Nagao.
Yeah, and they're going to squeeze another lap in as well, because it's 18 seconds to the checkered flag now.
Kiatisak's fun at 2:10, so now we have 4 riders in the 2:10s. And this top 5 battle becomes closer and even more enticing now. This is really, really good stuff.
Adananta having a bite at it as well in that group.
Oh, Kengo's going well here. He's done a good sector 3. Here comes Kengo Nagao around 10:15. Oh, Kengo really trying to use that power early. Comes across the line now with a 2:12.4, so a slight improvement. But nevertheless, Kengo is improving and getting used to the Sepang.
That's it, as you said, step by step. Here comes Reza Danica. That was a slow one for him. This time of this session, 2:13 for Reza Danica, the 2023 AP 250 champion. There is the distinctive day-glow yellow of number 32 on Helmi Asman's machine. Jumped to the top, looked as though he was going to stay there. Then Api Wak came out for his final stint and changed the story. McKinley Carl Paz there, the number 23, slowing down, running wide. 2:12.39 is his best time. But here are 2 quick riders, Kiatisak getting the better here, and there was a touch there, but whoa!
Oh my
Thank goodness
word.
they stayed on. Whoa!
Twice contact from Veda to the back of Kiatisak's bike. Veda just misjudging the distance he had for braking there.
Those are just horrifying moments. Running into the back of other bikes. Do we really want to have another look at that?
Oh, so it's not really that he misjudged the timing. Kiatisak came across, touched the Veda's bike, and then Veda just couldn't slow down on the second one. Oh, the fact that both of them stayed on. He was really riding oval racing there.
Yeah.
Veda, oh, that was close.
Yeah. That notwithstanding, it was a good session for those two. But yeah, Daniel and I both got the chills from that.
Veda wasn't a really good lap though, but even better was him saving that. That was fantastic.
Yeah, so phew, there we are. And not in any way involved in that shenanigans was Apiwat Wongtananon, championship leader and leader of this session, as well as free practice 2. best time 2:10.462 for the Thai rider for Yamaha Technic Racing Team Asia. Helmi Asman was second for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, just ahead of his teammate Azroy Hakim Anwar. Kiatisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand, great session from him in fourth. Fifth, Adinanta Putra. Sixth, Tanat Longpiao. Seventh, Vida Ega Pratama and McKinley Carl Paz. Happy White's teammate was eighth. Ninth was Kengo Nagao, best time of 2:12.471 for the Japanese rider in the Yamaha Racing Indonesia team. Wayu Nugroho was 10th. And Reza Danica, not a good session from him, 2:13.179. And Cha Jun Tong continuing to improve for Victor Racing Team, 2:14.560 was his best time. So the weather gods so far have kept away the rain. And the next session coming up in about 6 minutes from now is the final session of the day. And that will be free practice 3 for the ASB 1000 class. So there's actually some blue sky here poking through, so I'm feeling optimistic about finishing the day off without a drop of rain. I hope I haven't just cursed that. We'll see. We'll be back with you in 5 minutes at Sepang, so stay with us. We're having a fantastic free practice day here at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you shortly.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. They're born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
very warm welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. This is the final session of the day, and it's going to be a great one because this is for the ASB 1000, the blue ribbon class. The Titans of ARRC are on track now. They've just completed their out laps and now on a flying lap, led by Yuki Kuni, who was the fastest rider in the faster of the two earlier sessions for the litre class bikes. This time he's got Aslan Shah for company. Aslan, a quiet couple of sessions, and we hope to see the brilliant veteran Malaysian come through strongly in this session, and of course for qualifying and the races tomorrow. But this has been an impressive day's work for the 20-year-old Japanese Yuki Kuni. Since he won at Motegi, picked up a podium in Mandalika. He's been on domestic duty in the really quite formidable All Japan Series and picked up another couple of victories there. So a rider very much coming into form on superbikes. Riding, of course, for STG Team Hark Pro. This is quite interesting with Aslan on his tail. So these are the first flying laps that these riders are on right now. Good to see Aslan out and determined. So they're heading down to complete a first lap. Here they go through turn 15. One thing that really impressed Daniel and I this morning, or earlier today, I should say, earlier this afternoon, was just the consistency of Yuki Kuni. As the first flying laps are completed, it is Hafiz Shirin on the JDT Ducati, and by the time I finish the sentence, Nakarin has already got the top spot, and Ibrahim on the other Ducati, TGRT Ducati or wildcard, Ibrahim Noureddin. Fantastic to see the Malaysian back in ARRC. Last time we saw him was in 600s, when he always brought something exciting to the party, as does this rider on your screen now, the number 27, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, looking very much back to his old form in today's earlier sessions, and that bodes well not only for him but for some great racing, because you can be sure, I mean, there's a whole bunch of riders in this field, and Zakwan Zaidi, who has been really quiet so far, has just put in a 2:07.866. Best time earlier was 2:07.108 for Yuki Kuni in the second session, which you would guess would be the fastest of the day. But Zakwan was well down the order and out of sorts with 2:09.16 was his best time earlier. So Daniel, I think we're going to be in for a fantastic weekend of racing with the superbike class amongst others.
This is going to be great, and Kasma 2:07.5. This is Kasma Daniel. This is finally Kasma Daniel as Kasma. What we've seen for the past season, the past two seasons, that did not reflect the talent that Kasma is, and look at it now, 2:07.5. He's the fastest on track. On a bike, the Yamaha had struggled for the past two seasons, but he kept on putting in the work in. Yamaha kept putting in the work in, and Kasma going faster again in Sector 1. This is so good to see. Yamaha's performing at their best. Honda's as well going well. Two Ducatis now in this championship as well. Tomorrow's race is going to be fantastic. When we were watching MSBK the last round, I mentioned that that was the best 1000cc race I've ever seen in my life. It's just because everyone was fighting. Kasma was fighting, Soichiro was fighting, Aslan, Ibrahim as well. I'm expecting tomorrow's race and Sunday's race to be quite similar, because the times are close together, everyone's on top form. This is going to be so good.
Yeah, it could easily be a 6 or even 7-way battle for the win. So Casper Daniel currently with the advantage in the last session of the day. We still have 32 minutes to go. 40-minute sessions we have for practice and qualifying for the litre class. That one goes through there. Number 21, currently third fastest. He's got his teammate and championship leader Andy Frid is behind him. His best time so far, Andy Frid's best time, 2:08.374. But here's Zakwan looking as though he's found his mojo, which is always a sight to behold, especially here at home. I know we have half an hour to go, Daniel, but I'm looking at the sky. I can see more blue sky now than I've seen all day. So I think we're going to round off the day without any raindrops. Wonderful.
Yeah, this is a beautiful end to the first day. Look at Sho Nishimura. He was sliding in the opposite direction. This is unbelievable. I mean, we just uncovered that he's a motocross rider, but on a superbike, that is ridiculous. And recently, I'm going to mention this rider again. The only other rider that did that was Toprak not too long ago in WSBK. So this is unbelievable from Sho.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence. Oh,
2:06 from Aslan Shah.
That's what we want to see. Yes. Aslan Shah, the great showman, coming back into form. What a lap from him.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Fantastic stuff.
This is what we want to see. Aslan Shah back on form. It took 2 practice sessions, but Aslan Shah, he is killing it now. 2:06.9. Yuki Kuni on an improvement. Kasma as well on an improvement. Sho Nishimura pushing on as well. This is going to be good.
Yeah, that is what we've been waiting for, because we know the show's going to be so much better with Aslan firing on all cylinders. The bike's good. The engine's good. You know, he was pretty happy with the mechanical shape of it. But after a quiet 2 sessions now, we've got Aslan back on form for TKKR BMW.
And he's just gone up into 4th now at 2:07.3. So between the top 4, it's just under 4/10. Here's Hafiz Sharin. Oh, squiggle from the front there. Hafiz is pushing on. No improvements yet on this lap in his sector timings. Shows improving throughout every single sector, so this should bring him into the 2:07s. Zakwan, this is much better from Zakwan as well, 2:07.8, but we know Zakwan has a little bit more to give.
Yep, Hafiz currently 8th, 2:08.255. Unlikely to improve this time. His team looking on. He comes up to complete a lap. I don't think this is going to make any difference to the numbers on the timing screen, or at least the position. Oh, he moves up 1. So good final sector there for Hafiz. Took 2/10 off his earlier best time. So we've got Ducatis currently in 7th and 8th. Hafiz just decides to take a rest at turn 1. So we've got Aslan, Yuki, Sho Nishimura, 1, 2, 3.
And now we have the top 5 gapped by just 4/10. This is a proper close timing fight that we have here.
But, you know, I said we could easily have a fight between the top 5 or 6, but I mean, look, you've got 10 there from Aslan, Yuki, Sho, Kazma, Andy, Ibrahim, Zakwan, Hafiz, Nakarin, Soichiro.
Ibrahim's clocked at 2:07.7. That's a first for Ibrahim, and that brings him only just 7/10 away from Aslan's 2:06. This is brilliant from Ibrahim and FGRT.
Yeah. It's really close racing. The championship is close.
think Aslan saw 206 and is like, yep, that's good enough. We'll save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, we call that a banker.
Look at that. I think the translation was that I gave it everything. We got 206. Good job, team.
Can I have a cup of tea, please?
Here's Ibrahim now. He's been fantastic for his debut in the ASB class. This is really good. We've been waiting for a rider like Ibrahim and Ibrahim himself to come back into ARC. We expected it to be in the 600s class, but he's gone into thousands and he's been going around really well. And just to think, a private team running a fairly stock Ducati, doing timings that can contest into the top 6 of the ASB 1000s class. That is a top drop from a top rider.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And as I mentioned earlier, one of my memories of watching Ibrahim in 600s was how strong he is towards the end of races.
Yeah, he really manages his tires and energy really well. I still remember back when his brother Adam Noordin and came back for some local racing. Both of them managed to clock in 209s in the 600s class, and they were just unstoppable. Okay, Ibrahim, he's just looking comfortable in this Ducati. It just suits him really well, his aggressive style of riding. That's one thing that we've noticed with getting the results on the Ducati. You have to have this sense of aggression going in. And if anyone remembers, when Ibrahim was in 600s, he brought in full aggression, full chat whenever he could.
Yeah, he really brought something to that class, and it looks like he's going to bring that same factor into ASB 1000s.
Yeah, and in the chat earlier with Ibrahim, he said that, yeah, what they're doing now is not enough. Well, you're getting there, Ibrahim. You are really getting close now.
Yeah, well, he's taking responsibility for it, isn't he? He's really pushing on. You can see in every turn he's on the limit, just trying to find a bit more. There is Soichiro Minamoto. Took his first podium and his first win in Mandalika. And it's been looking good today as well. Although we have had the curious thing of his left foot coming off the pegs. So we'll look out for that as well. Ibrahim right on the limit again. And 207.108 was Yuki Kuni's best time this morning. He's 1,000th slower in this session, but he is second after Aslan Shah. Aslan coming back out again. Gonna have Ibrahim for company.
Ibrahim taking a very different line. I thought he ran wide a couple of times, but I think that's just his preferred line on this Ducati. Kasma Daniel, fastest sector 2 from Kasma. This could be a potential 206 coming in from Kasma. We haven't seen Kasma in the 206 for a very long time, so this would be good to see from Kasma. Hafiz there, just a bit of a debrief. Yeah, it looks like he's complaining about a bit of grip issue on the exit, so they will get that worked out for him. Nakarin goes up into 6th place, so Nakarin joins the party into the top 6.
Yeah, mid 207s. There's a nice little group there.
Oh, Kasma's lap is gone for this one. Sector 3 really slow. Wandi now, fastest sector 1 for him.
Plenty of action here, and we're only just halfway through the session. He's got Zakwan behind him. Zakwan showed really strongly in the early stages. Probably going to be an improvement for Zakwan as well. Won the 2022 champion.
Another wildlife shot there by our brilliant cameraman.
Yeah, really perfect one. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think he's impressed by the action that we've had today.
He's trying to look cool though, like he's not jumping around when the bikes come past. No, it's just a normal day at Sepang. This is my place.
Bit of a show off, that crow.
Yeah.
Here's Kasma Daniel. It's been a comeback to form for Kasma. One of his part of his boots actually coming off there, but this is how hard Kasma's riding. The sole of the boot, that was the word I was looking for.
Okay, yeah.
Zakwan on an improving lap, so Ichiro as well. Andy was on a faster lap, but Sector 2, Sector 3 not too impressive. Yuki's on an improving one as well. Zakwan now goes up into 6th place. The gap between the top 8, 7/10. The gap between the top 5, 4/10.
Yeah, and so much quality in this field. 14 bikes, but 10 of them are absolutely top quality. Anywhere.
And to put into perspective, the top 10, they're all race winners. Besides Ibrahim, because he's a wildcard for this round. I think Aslan hasn't bagged a win yet this season, neither has Kasma. But the rest of them, if it's not this season, it was last season.
Yeah, that was on the pace again for Kasma. And I was watching him just now, and I think he's right on the limit of adhesion, right on the good lines all the way through. Such a clean rider. Here comes Yuki Kuni.
Ooh, 206.994. Just 0.01 away from Aslan.
So we've got 100th of a second between those two.
And if we were to take Yuki's previous rhythm into account, he's going to do a few 206s or at least a low 207 again and again and again for the remainder of his stint.
Yeah, that is one of the most notable things about Yuki Kuni.
Is Aslan Shah now the fastest in this session? Let's see Aslan now. It's he's done one flying lap since he's come out, and a faster Sector 3 in that lap. Oh, he's gone really wide there.
Yeah, left this one.
Yeah, it looks like it's just an error on trying to transition into turn 2. Coming across the line, Zakwan Zaidi goes up into 3rd now. Andy Farid in 4th. Zakwan at 207.2.
Yeah, Zakwan, he was looking fast, now he's up into P3, 3rd fastest. And Andy just 500 slower. Comes Hafiz, while those guys have been playing. They've just nudged him down the order to P9.
Sharon now, after making adjustments, heads out onto the track to try and find and improve timing. It's Kasma Daniel there. You can see the bottom of his right boot just coming off there. Ooh, and Kasma's lap interrupted there by slower rider in front of him by the looks of it. So Kasma will have to reset for another flying lap. Behind him there is Kosuke Sakamoto.
Kosuke, two seconds, sorry, yeah. 2 seconds down from the fastest 10 riders, who are really quite close together. 1.1 seconds separating them. Kosuke replacing the injured Pasawit in the Astemo S1 with Thai Honda. There is a look at Ibrahim Noureddin.
Yeah, Ibrahim with his brand new technician for this week, and it's been working really well for them. They've nearly shut off 3 seconds from the best time the last time we've seen Ibrahim in MSBK, so really good job by the new data technician.
Comes Yuki Kuni, consistent, best time 206.9, last time 207.4. Ibrahim 8th, and in the pits we've got plenty of time in the session, almost 17 minutes remaining. Akarin, haven't seen too much of him, but he's planted right in the middle of that quick group. There he is, the number 41. One of the 3 riders from the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo Garage.
Bit of a snap from the front there for Nakarin. Tips it down into turn 5.
He's always unfazed by this kind of getting out of shape. He just keeps it pinned. Great video of him saving a Moto 3 bike in a wet race. It's one of the great saves that's got millions of views on YouTube.
Yeah, Nakarin's is a brilliant rider. He's just got this beautiful touch of when he rides a bike. He's, as you said, unfazed. I mean, every time I see him out, he looks like he does all these twitches, all these weird movements from the front, and just keeps on going. And he gets faster every time that happens.
Yeah, that's it. And he's always looking at improvements from himself. You never hear him talking about bike or tires, or he'll often say, "Oh, I got too excited." He often says that, "I got too excited in that race. I need to control myself." So it's always this very kind of, you know, endearing quality he's got of taking the blame on himself. Not that he has a lot of blame to shoulder, given his results. Currently 3rd in the championship.
Andy there tipping into turn 1. Seems the Hondas are trying out the soft rear, medium front setup for tires. As of right now, in the top 5, it's BMW, Honda, BMW.
Yeah, Zakwan takes a break. Currently in P3. There's 15 minutes remaining.
There's Hafiz Shari now. After making adjustments, he's pushing on. No improvements through sector 1. It's about 3/10 down from Aslan's sector 1 timing. Hafiz now through turn 5. He's looking comfortable now after making those adjustments.
Yeah, body language says push. Let's see what the sector times say.
Aslan Shah now heading out for a 3rd stint. He came out momentarily for a 2nd run and then went back in quite quickly. Now for Hafiz Sharin. Nothing to show for so far in the first 2 sectors.
This class is so competitive. Go on, Daniel.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly mention Yuki Kuni. He's done 207.33 laps in a row. It's unbelievable.
This brilliant point-to-point consistency.
I mean, I don't understand how he does it. Just, it's like a machine.
Yeah. Yeah, Yuki Kuni suffered some injuries last year. Seems to be up to full strength. Really enjoying his riding. Winning in Japan, winning in ARRC. Let's see what this gentleman can do on that rather splendid looking V4 Panigale.
Yeah, Hafiz comes across the line now. It's a 208.1, so consistently in the 208.1s for Hafiz, but I think you'll need to find just a little bit more. Oh, Andy's bike.
Yeah, that's Andy has
that's good to see.
it. Yeah.
Good to see Andy back on the bike. I mean, moving around without any injury, because the bike, it looks properly battered.
Yeah.
It's really good to see Andy walking away from that, because that looks pretty bad shape for the bike.
Yeah, perhaps an early bath for the championship leader. And possibly a slightly late one for the technicians in the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo Garage. And number 44 of Salma Murray for Victor Racing Yamaha. Best lap for Osama, 2:12.3 so far. And he's back in. Yeah, no harm done at all. Nothing in the walk or in the body language that says injury or trying to conceal injury, which is what we often do in this sport.
No, that's really good to see, because first we just saw the front of the bike and it looked like it's gone through a flip, gone through a roll or a flip, and yeah, seeing Andy walk away from that, it's really, really good to see. Aslan now begins his first flying lap for his third run with just under 11 minutes remaining. Mr. Kentaro there, Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi in the Honda Asia Dream Garage, just trying to debrief with Andy what happened there at turn 15.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see just how fast the suspension technicians, the tyre technicians, everybody gets in to find out what's happened, or just in a routine pit stop. The attentiveness is always there. Aslan, he banked such a good time. Just 100th of a second faster than the best time of Yuki Kuni. He's done a few more laps than Aslan, it's fair to say. 12 laps completed for the Japanese. Probably fair to say, or accurate to say, that this will be the last run for Aslan. Should stay out, see what else he can do. We've got mediums front and rear on this BMW.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was running the medium just now when he said the 206. I wonder if they've just tried a different compound just to try and see what the lap times will look like. You would think now is the time to do that. This is the last session. Let's try a few things out. Aslan now making his way down the back straight. So far, sector times, nothing looking too impressive.
Well, he's set a pretty high bar, hasn't he?
Yeah, that he has. And now comes Aslan Shah. Cross start finish line, 207.6, still a decent time. But a 207.6, just to put it into a position of where that would have put him, down in 8th.
Yeah.
That's how close this the gaps are in the ASB 1000 Practice 3.
Yeah, Kazma, who's electrifying at different stages, currently 6th, but only less within 0.4. Debrief there from Yuki Kuni.
Aslan riding in the only way he knows how. Aggressive, looking always out of shape, but always under control for himself.
Yeah, wrings its neck, but he always believes and is generally right that the bike's going to follow what he wants to do, what he wants it to do.
Yeah, the nature of Aslan Shah, I still remember I had this one conversation with him about his tenure in Moto2. He said the first season he struggled too much because he kept on braking where the MotoGP bikes would brake, and he found out that braking too late wasn't good either. Even though he could stop, he lost so much speed, and then he was told by his technicians, look, brake 50 meters earlier and you'll be able to roll through. And he found out that, okay, my aggression is good, but not always.
Yeah. In a fight,
Yeah.
then yeah, it's useful. And we know how good he is on race days. That's why personally I'm so excited to see him at the top of the timing screens right now.
It's really good to see two riders in the 206s, and Azlan Shah and Yuki Kuni are the two riders. Is Nakarin, he's found himself up into 7th, just 4/10ths down from Azlan's timing.
Yeah, mediums as well. Get that nice close up.
Yeah, I think Nakarin from the Honda Asia garage, he's the only one that's been running medium rear still. He's gone up into 4th now, 207.2. Because Zakwan and Andy, if I recall, were running soft rear, medium fronts, and Nakarin, they're going in a bit hot into turn 1. So I believe Azlan as well, he's gone back into pit lane. Hafiz improves his time slightly, 207.675, goes up into 8th.
Yeah, again within 0.7 of Azlan Shah's time. Kazma, he's got Nakarin behind him. See, that was an okay sector 1 for Kazma. See if he's pushing or not. Looking like he probably is. He's not up to his best times, but I think he's putting in fairly decent time here.
Now Fisharin still lapping around, cruise through sector 1, sector 2, no improvements there. Here's Casper Daniel now. Casper Daniel, a really good, well, what's not an improvement for him is actually really good sector 2 timing. It's one of the few riders lapping in the 28 seconds for sector 2. Casper comes around sector 3, another decent sector. There should be another 207 lap coming in from Kasma. Nakarin with a really long wheelie at the back there.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's just smiling as he does all of this.
Yeah, you can see that Nakarin grin.
He's just
got visor. You know he's having a good time.
He's gone straight into pit lane after sliding in into turn 15, and Kasma improves a 207.1.
Yeah, nice one.
Oh, this is great. Now we got BMW, Honda, Yamaha, Honda, BMW, Ducati, Yamaha.
Yeah, nice mix. Chiro Minamoto could do with pushing himself into the 207s. That would be neat if he can do that. Haven't seen him for a while.
Now Yuki's back into his pit box. Zakon's just come out to start another run. Kasma improving through sector 2, so this is going to be another really fast lap for Kasma. 207.1 on the last lap. Could he find a 206 before the end of practice 3?
Yeah, he was only 0.15 down on Yuki Kuni's best time, ahead of him, and by definition just a tad behind Azlan Shah's time, so let's see what he can do.
Mind you, the top speed difference between Kasma and Azlan Shah, 15 kilometers per hour. And there's 2 long straights where he will really feel that. Sector 3 is another good sector from Kasma. Nearly identical to Azlan Shah's sector 3, so this should bring Kasma into the 206. If he can stitch up Sector 4 nicely, I think he's destined to either be ahead of Yuki or just ahead of Aslan as well. Oh, a bit hot into turn 15 there by Kasma. But he kept it well under control.
Here we go with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it was at Sector 4 there. I think that error under braking in turn 15 just disturbed his time a little bit, but it is a slight improvement.
Yeah, and yeah, good pace.
Yeah, it's one thing to do one fast lap. If he can maintain in the lower 207s, that's right around where Yuki was lapping, so really good for Kasma.
Close on times, the championship positions are close.
Oh, Hafiz has gone down in turn 1. That is unfortunate for Hafiz Sharin. I think he was just trying to find a bit more pace with the new adjustments they've made, but it's gone down at turn 1 for Hafiz. A rare error for Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, so that's the session closed off for him.
See what happened. Oh, we didn't really get a shot of Hafiz going down, but I suspect it was just going in hot into turn 1. Front probably went away. He's looking at his hand. I hope it's not hurt too badly.
Might just be some heat from the track surface, hopefully. That's all.
Shows on a good lap. Shows just had a really good Sector 1 for himself. Kasma still lapping around. Sector 1 is good from Kasma. Sector 2 is decent. Sector 3 has been his strongest, and yes, he has gone even faster again in Sector 3. All Kasma needs to do is stitch up that Sector 4 nicely, and he should be able to get into the 206.
Sho Nishimura and further down, Sake, he's into the 209s now, so he's improving.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Kosuke. He was stuck above the 210s for quite a while, and now he's found himself into the 209.1s. Kasma goes up to the top, 206.946. This is really good from Kasma Daniel. He's found his way around Sector 4. Still slower than the rest, but Sector 2 and Sector 3, he's brilliant.
That's it, less than 0.05 of a second between the top 3. Be in for a humdinger of a race tomorrow. And here comes Zakwan. This is his last time across. So, Yuki Kuni.
Sho Nishimura, 207.0.
Just going to do the nationality rundown there, but then Sho Nishimura put himself right behind his compatriot. 2 20-year-old Japanese riders. That's impressive stuff, Daniel.
This is really fantastic to see, and oh, what a mix we have. Yamaha back to their brilliant best, Kasma back to his brilliant best, Azan Shah as well, finding early form this session.
And 1/10 of a second covering the top 4.
This is beautiful to see. Between the top 7 is just over 3/10.
Yeah, and we've got unfulfilled potential from everybody else in that top 10. More to come from Zakwan, Nakarin potentially, Andy, Hafiz, Ibrahim, Soichiro. Soichiro did push himself into the 207s at the end there, which is good.
Yeah, Soichiro, we've seen him do mid 207s before in Sepang, so I expect him to find that pace, and if he does, we're going to have a 10-way fight for potential victories.
Well, what a fantastic way to close out Free Practice Friday. Congratulations to Kasma Daniel for giving us such a good show, and the others in the top group there. But that was a 206.946 right at the end to give him the top spot on the timing screens and the fastest time of the day. Just ahead of Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman for TKKR BMW. Then it was Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hark Pro Honda. Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW was 4th. 5th, Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. And his teammates Nakarin and Tirapuvapat was 6th, and 7th was Andy Farid Izdiha. Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team, which saw had that late crash. His best time was 2:07.623. And Ibrahim Noruddin, good early in the session, faded a little bit towards the end. Who's 9th fastest on a 2:07.725. So Chiro Minamoto, a couple of tenths slower in 10th. 11th, Kosuke Sakamoto for Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. Osama Murray was 12th. 13th was Chang Chi Ying, and 14th was Teo Yu Zhou for Savitar ESG Team Asia. His best time was 2:16.605. So with qualifying tomorrow morning beautifully teed up by that really spellbinding final session there for the ASB 1000s. Can't wait for tomorrow morning. It's going to start with the two-part qualifying for Underbones. That'll be happening from 8:20. We'll show you the graphic in a minute to show the schedule for tomorrow, but basically it's qualifying in the morning and race 1 in the afternoon.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. If today's anything to go by, between all the categories, all the classes, there's plenty to fight for.
Yeah, we can't wait for tomorrow, as we just see a nice little sunset tinge to the clouds there. It's been a great day today. It stayed dry, so that's been another good thing. We've had a fantastic free practice day, and that bodes well. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning from 8:20 with Underbone qualifying, and as you can see, that will lead us all the way through the day into racing in the afternoon, when we'll be joined by the great Des Corkill. But for today, it's me, Barry Russell, and Daniel Bogas have had an absolute blast bringing you this Free Practice Friday. Thank you for staying with us. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We will see you tomorrow morning for qualifying for round 5 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.